Yeah. सभी से विनम्र निवेदन है कि जिन लोगों ने लंच कर लिया हो प्लीज़ आप आकर बैठें क्योंकि हम इस प्रोग्राम को शुरू करने के लिए आप सबका इंतज़ार कर रहे हैं. Ladies and gentlemen, may we request everyone to kindly please be seated because I can see that a lot of our delegates have already had their lunch, they've completed their food. May we please request everyone to join us because we're getting delayed and we have dignitaries present here who are very much on time and we would like to begin with this program as soon as possible. So the ones who have had their lunch are requested to kindly please step backwards, that is forward towards the stage and join us back here. Kindly take your seats so that we can begin as soon as possible. We're looking forward to begin in the next 5 minutes. Can we request everyone to kindly cooperate and take your seats. Also, a very humble request to everyone to please put your mobiles on the silent for some time to maintain the sanctity and decorum of this meeting. So we are meeting after an year and I think this is a great opportunity of learning, cross-learning, of gaining knowledge, information from each other. This is a great platform where we have gathered again. So let's make the most of it. Let's make a good use of it, and for that we will be needing to begin in time. We have too many sessions today. A lot of illustrious personalities from the industry who are going to join us today to share their thoughts, views and ideas with all of us, share the learnings with each other. So for that we need to begin in time, requesting everyone to please be seated. We're about to begin. May we request everyone to kindly please take your seats. इस प्रोग्राम की हम शुरुआत करने जा रहे हैं. जितने लोग खड़े हैं वो प्लीज बैठ जाएं. And may we also please request the closure of the doors so that we are a little more settled. May I please request the hotel to kindly please close the doors so that we're able to be a little more. कहते हैं कि तोड़ना है हर पिंजरा, मेरी उड़ान अभी बाकी है। तोड़ना है हर पिंजरा, मेरी उड़ान अभी बाकी है। मंजिलें ज़मीं भर नहीं, आसमान अभी बाकी है। Ladies and gentlemen, a very, very good afternoon and welcome everybody. On behalf of the Council for Leather Exports to the Leather Accessories Footwear Conclave and Awards of North India. We are here to discuss the strategies to stimulate export growth in leather and footwear sector of India. We welcome each of our delegates, each of our wonderful guests who have joined us here today for this program. Ladies and gentlemen, let us begin, and we are absolutely delighted because we are about to begin with our inaugural session. तो जैसा कि कहा जाता है कि सबसे पहले हम वेलकम करते हैं अपने अतिथियों का मंच पर. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming on the dais our chief guest for this session, Shri Santosh Sarangi, IAS, Director General of Foreign Trade, Department of Commerce, Government of India. Please put your hands together for Shri Santosh Sarangi. A very warm welcome to you, sir. We also welcome on the dais Shri Rajiv Singh Thakur, IAS, Additional Secretary, DPIIT, who is a guest of honor. जोरदार तालियों के साथ अभिनंदन. On the dais now we welcome Shri Sanjay Likha, Chairman CLE2. Ladies and gentlemen, जोरदार तालियां Shri Sanjay Likha के लिए. स्वागत करते हैं Shri R.K. Jalan, Vice Chairman CLE. Please put your hands together for Shri R.K. Jalan. We welcome Shri Motilal Sethi, Northern Regional Chairman CLE. Zordar Taliyan. We welcome Shri R. Selvam, Executive Director CLE. A very warm welcome to Shri R. Selvam. और तालियां थोड़ी जोरदार हो सकती हैं. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We welcome Shri Vikram Singh, Strategic Head Investment, British High Commission. Please put your hands together for Shri Vikram Singh. And we welcome on the stage Shri John Southwell, Trade and Investment Commissioner, Australian Trade and Investment Commission. So we welcome all our dignitaries on the dais, and once again on behalf of Council for Leather Exports, we welcome each of you today to Leather Accessories Footwear Conclave and Awards of North India. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to begin. It is said that whenever we begin something auspicious, we always light the lamp, and that is how we would like to begin each of our programs. This is the way to invoke the spirit of the Almighty and to bring in positivity to the entire atmosphere where the lamp is lit. May I please request our Honorable Chief Guest, may I request our guest of honor, and I also request the other dignitaries seated on the dais to kindly light the auspicious lamp and begin the proceedings for the day. लैंप लाइटिंग के साथ शुरुआत करते हैं, और कहा जाता है कि दीप प्रज्वलन अंधकार से प्रकाश की यात्रा है. ईश्वर हमें हमारे जीवन में प्रकाश लाए, हमें बहुत सी सद्बुद्धि दे, अच्छे विचार दे, जिससे हम अपने जीवन में निरंतर आगे बढ़ते चले अपने लक्ष्य की ओर. जोरदार तालियां. शुरुआत हो चुकी है इस प्रोग्राम की. We begin in the most auspicious manner by lighting the lamp. अंधकार से प्रकाश, प्राणी से परमात्मा, अज्ञान से ज्ञान, पदार्थ से सूक्ष्म. The most wonderful manner to begin something. Ladies and gentlemen, after the auspicious lighting of the lamp, it's now time to move on और एक और परंपरा है जहाँ पर अतिथि देवो भव हम कहते हैं। अपने अतिथियों का स्वागत सत्कार करना हमारा परम धर्म है। Ladies and gentlemen, we would now like to formally welcome our esteemed dignitaries on the dais. May I please request our Honorable Chairman, Shri Sanjay Likha ji, to please welcome Shri Santosh Sarangi IAS, Director General of Foreign Trade, by presenting him with a shawl. Ladies and gentlemen, the formal welcome of our dignitaries who have graced us with their wonderful presence today. Please put your hands together as we welcome our chief guest, Shri Santosh Sarangi. May I please request Shri R.K. Jalan, Vice Chairman, to kindly please welcome Shri Rajiv Singh Thakur, Additional Secretary, DPIIT. A token of respect for our dignitaries. Once again, a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. A very, very warm welcome to you, sir. May I please request Shri Motilal Sethi, Northern Regional Chairman, SAILI, to please welcome Shri Vikram Singh, Strategic Head Investment, British High Commission. We welcome you, Shri Vikram Singh. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we would like to request everyone for a huge applause as we welcome our dignitaries on the dais. May I now request Shri R. Selvam, Executive Director, to please welcome Shri John Southwell, Trade and Investment Commissioner, Austrade. A very, very warm welcome to you, Shri John Southwell. A big round of applause, everyone, for each of our dignitaries on the dais. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome everyone today once again. And now, in order to present the welcome address and set the tone for this program, may I please invite Shri Motilal Sethi, Northern Regional Chairman, CLE, to kindly please share his thoughts. We welcome Shri Motilal Sethi.
Good afternoon. Indeed, a pleasurable day for all of us. Lafcan 2 is being just started. And we have got very important dignitaries today who are directly related to two important factors. One is manufacturing, which is from DPIIT, Department of Promotion of Industries. And the second is exporting those products out of the country. So we have amongst us DGFT, Mr. Sarangi, who has really spared his valuable time, Director General of Foreign Trade. So dear Director General of Foreign Trade, Mr. Sarangi, Mr. Rajiv Thakur, Chairman CLE, Mr. Sanjay Likha, Vice Chairman, Mr. Raju Jalan, Mr. R. Salwem, Executive Director, and other dignitaries on the dais. Off the dais, most of my CLE senior members who are here, my counterparts from other regions. I can see Mr. Javed Iqbal, who is the regional chairman, Central. I can see maybe Mr. Ramesh Juneja, regional chairman, East. And I'm very fortunate that a lot of our committee members are here this afternoon. Mr. N. Mohan is here, Mr. Ramji is here, Mr. Sushil Singla is here, Mr. Vasan is here, Mr. Puran Dawar is here. And gentlemen, I would say that Lafcan started as a northern regional conclave, but it is getting into a national conclave where we are sitting together and talking about the way forward, talking about the major important issues which India is emerging today. And we are very privileged to have this Lafcan 2, where we are talking on three very, very important subjects in 3 sessions. And the session 1, which is now, which will be speaking on the strategies as to how we can promote our industrialization of leather and footwear sector and how we can increase the export share, because both the things are required and both are, competing each other, because unless you have very efficient manufacturing, you cannot have an exceeding share in the export market. So both of these sections are required. And I would like to say that during the course of our talk today, we are talking about the leather industry has set up a $47 billion target, which you would see here, which includes 33.4 billion for domestic industry and 13.7 billion for exports. So in exports front, we are presently at 6 billion. By 2030, we want to take it to 13.7. And in domestic, we are 18 billion today, and from 18 billion to 33.4, in line with the encouragement of $2 trillion call from the Commerce Minister at the time of unveiling the export-import policy. Here I would like to mention that India is today very favorable. If you can see a few factors here which are very pro-India today, and India is China plus one. We are all talking about China plus one. We are talking about post-COVID scenario. We are talking about, the FTAs being taken up. We are talking about other industrializations, opportunities which India has. So through the forum of Lafcan, today we are discussing that how do we achieve this target of 47 billion and what all is required to be done. So we have got 3 sessions. The first is this inaugural session where we'll be talking about strategies. We'll try, and I will be taking a little shorter time, that if there is any question at the end of it, maybe 1 or 2 questions also we would like to take up with this. And we see that, if I can see the India tails, it's a favorable condition for India. I would like to take in the next slide, where do we stand in manufacturing? If you see the China is much ahead of us as far as the manufacturing share is about 3 trillion. So the top 10 global manufacturing countries, China has got 33 trillion and India is on the 7th position. So if you can see the Indian position, we should be able to, India is on the 5th position, not 7th. India is on the 5th position with a shareholding of 3.10, and the China has got a world share of 28.78. So India has got a still long way to go in manufacturing, and that is where the government is really very concerned about the manufacturing policies and holding hand for manufacturers. And as such, the DPIT is having those ILDF scheme and all those leather sector schemes so that you could invest, you could have ease of doing business, and for which the government is also going to do the hand holding together. So with this slide, you can see that we have a long way to go. And if you see the GVC valuation, you will see that India on the export front is having a very lower share. If you see the 20 top countries, India ranges at 18th number. And from that 18th number, when we are talking about 2 trillion economy and 2 trillion exports, where do we reach? I think we need to be really working very hard and talking about skills, scale, speed, sustainability, which is the subject of the next session. So we are very, very fortunate today at the opening of Lafcan. We have got DGFT. First of all, I would like to, sir, thank you for, unwrapping a policy, which is you have really worked very hard on this policy. And the best part of this policy is you have made it very flexible. You have mentioned in your policy document at the time of unveiling it that as and when there is any need of any change in the policy, the government is open to do that. So that shows the will of the government. The government is going to be partnering with you, understanding it, and let's give a big hand to the DGFT for this policy. The second most important is your 2 more major things which DPIT is working for leather sector. The one which is DPIT is doing is your ILDP scheme, where I see and attend a lot of meetings with Mr. Rajiv Thakur. He is ensuring that 1700 crore which has been granted by the government is reaching to you, and I'm very glad to know that the applications have come up to 90%, and nearly 90% of the budget outlay, there is an investment of more than 3,000 crores which we are talking about coming to the leather sector. So which is a part of the manufacturing will of the government. The second most important thing which Rajiv ji is doing is creating a roadmap for the leather industry, for which we are working together. And the third and the foremost thing is product link incentive scheme, which he has been working, and I can see him working till late evening, the Zoom meetings, the Zoom calls, he's always available. I think we need to and he deserve a big hand to him for all his efforts. Thank you, sir, so much for late hour meetings and all meetings. Rajiv ji is always with us. With these words, I would like to say that the session is going to be a day-long session, and thank you very much for being and joining us today. I think the will of leather industry is showing that we are going in a professional manner. Your presence on a working day in the afternoon is showing your commitment, and if our commitment is demonstrated before the government, I think government is going to be proactively joining with us. With these words, I thank you once again for your presence, and thank you once again.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing all your thoughts today with us and for setting the tone of the program and for letting us know how the day is going to unfold. Ladies and gentlemen, we were listening from Shri Motilal Sethi, who's the Regional Chairman North for CLE, and along with that, he's also the President of Indian Leather Garments Association, ILGA, and he's the Director of Leather Sector Skill Council under NSDC, member of Governing Council, Footwear Design and Development Institute, member CII. So a very talented person on the board with us. Thank you very much, Shri Motilal Sethi ji. So ladies and gentlemen, as we move on quickly, we'll now be inviting Shri R.K. Jalan, Vice Chairman CLE, to kindly please address us. He's a technocrat engaged in the leather industry for almost 46 years. He served the leather industry as Chairman of Council for Leather Exports from January 13 to January 15. He was Chairman Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development in January 15 to 17 in Council for Leather Exports. We welcome you, sir.
Thank you, Motilalji. I think for setting the tone for this afternoon. And a very warm welcome to DGFT, Sri Sarangi ji, and our additional Secretary Sir, Rajiv Singh ji, with whom we talk every day almost, different thing. He is always on a VC. My chairman, Mr. Likha, our executive director, Shri Selvam, Regional Chairman, Mr. Motilal Sethi, Mr. D.K. Singh, and Mr. Southwell from Australia Trade and from England. So, welcome to you all, sir, from my side also, and friends, a very warm welcome this afternoon. Of course, it's not so warm here, though it's warm outside. So, as our CIM, Mr. Piyush Goyal has said time and again, India is going to be the world's factory. And I think if India is going to be a world's factory, then leather industry has to play a very important role. Because of, not in terms of money, but in terms of employability. Today, we are a country of 1.45 billion people, the largest or most populous country in the world. But with that also comes one more thing, and that is we are the youngest nation in the world. So that is the biggest plus. And I was going through some statistics on the net. We would remain the youngest nation, or the average age would be 39 years till 2059. So that's a very big plus. Now, why our DGFT has also put in his policy leather as, there is a mention in the para 173 about leather. So that, sir, goes up. That makes us really proud that the first time leather is being mentioned in the policy. So, sir, thank you very much for that and recognizing the potential of this industry. But, sir, this was also recognized when Make in India was formulated. I still recall I was the chairman of the council, and Mr. Amitabh Kant was the then secretary DPIIT, and Mr. Atul Chaturvedi, who retired as a secretary animal husbandry, was the joint secretary leather. And we worked on a proposal to be put forward before the Prime Minister on 24th of September 2014. And I vividly remember because we worked day and night with Baines and Company, who made the proposal for leather. And on 24th, it was done on 25th. So on 24th night at 10 o'clock, I got a call from then Joint Secretary Mr. Atul Chaturvedi sir saying, boss ऐसा है लेके नहीं जा रहे हैं, कल लेदर को नहीं ले जाएंगे. तो कहने लगे आप जानते हैं आपको अच्छी तरीके से, एक बार आप बात कर लो. हमने कहा बॉस मोबाइल तो उठाएंगे नहीं, इस ऑफिस में बैठे हैं. हमने कहा आप उनके पीएस से बोल दो कि वो लाइन दे दे, बाकी तो मैं बात कर लूँगा. सो आई कॉल्ड ऑन हिज लैंडलाइन नंबर एट दैट टाइम. हमने कहा बॉस यू हैव टू ओनली सेल वन थिंग, एम्प्लॉयबिलिटी. बोला यार मेरे को तुम नौकरी से निकलवा दोगे क्योंकि गंदी इंडस्ट्री है और ये है वो है. आज वो शेरपा है सर. तो मैंने कहा बॉस खाली जो आपको स्लाइड 5 उन्होंने कहा था, मैंने 5 स्लाइड दिए हैं, आप प्लीज़ आप लेके जाओ एंड ओनली सेल द एम्प्लॉयबिलिटी. आई डोंट नो व्हाट हैज केम टू हिज माइंड बट ही डिड present leather, and FDDI at that time also helped a lot. And I still remember at 11:32 in the morning he called me. He said यार प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने कहा कि लेदर तो होना ही है. So that was way back, and we were among the 10, we were the first industry in the Make in India program, and that is the reason at that time we got 2,600 crores for the IFLADP program. So, sir, this industry with right support, we cannot have a lot of things now. I think we are not asking for any monetary support because those days are over, but we do need the hand holding. And if with the hand holding and with the kind of proposal DPIIT is working on the PLI, and especially to make the component industry very strong, I'm sure that we can achieve the targets set by none else by ourselves. So this is 47 billion. This is the target billion is being set by ourselves, nobody else. Also, I tell you, these FTAs are helping a lot. I have been with the minister to Australia after the signing of the Australian FTA. I was just sharing with Mr. Southwell. And after that signing of the FTA, it may not be a very big market, but we had only one customer prior to signing, and today we have 4 customers and good customers in Australia. And the volume is continuously going up. They are so much interested in the Indian products that they are buying everything by air at their cost. And I think in the last Board of Trade meeting when chairman was not there, I requested the minister, I also requested that in Australia about a direct shipment from, boat from Mumbai to Melbourne. Well, that has not happened, though he has called the DP World immediately. So maybe just, sir, if you can make a note of this and maybe remind the minister, he is willing to do that, to cut the transit time, because now whatever we are shipping right now, it goes via Singapore. So that is one of the things. And sir, there is also some emphasis needed on the design and development part. That's the most critical area. The reason being, whatever we say, whatever we are doing, we are still the contract manufacturer to the world. If we have to have, and the future is India now, so we must have the brands and we must have the right brands. And if we have to have the right brands, create the right brands, we need some hand holding, we need some, not only in the hardware only, where we need the most help is the trained manpower. We don't have the trained manpower. Sir, I have got in my factory, I have got lot of designing machines, everything almost, but we don't get the right people here. So we still have to outsource this to Europe or USA. So that has to change. I think most of my friends from the industry would agree that the designing and the product development is still is a gray area. So that needs to be worked out. And also, I think the minister has already announced, we need to stop these cheap imports. I think I have already mentioned this to our additional secretary. In 6401, sir, the average value of import is $2. Yes, sir. And in 6404 is $6.4. I worked this out before coming yesterday, and this is not my numbers, this is the number of, I have the from the trade map of ITC. So this is what we are doing, and that eventually is going to kill our domestic industry. So we will have to keep on working with you, and we have to engage you at every step. We need to also see that which are the areas, which are the clusters, which are the new clusters which needs to be developed. We should not concentrate and saturate any particular cluster so that we have a shortage of the workmen. So we have to be, sir, careful about that. And I'm sure all the industry leaders are here. They are capable and they can do it to achieve the target set by, because, sir, as I think I said this before, we are a country of 1.45 billion people. If you take only 20% of the people with an average buying power, that is more than the population of USA. And with per capita consumption of 2.8 or 2.5, whatever it is, we don't even manufacture those kind of shoes. So we can definitely get there. With these words, I think DGFT has to leave early, so I would just say thank you all. Thanks for listening to me. I think we can just keep on interacting and go take the notes that how we can improve the leather sector. Thank you very much.
So well, as you said, if India is going to be the world's factory, then leather industry has a very important role to play. I think that's a very apt statement for the moment. Ladies and gentlemen, with this address, we are all set to move on, and it's time to present the keynote address now. And this will be done by none other than the very, very dynamic chairman that we have, our Chairman Council for Leather Exports, who's also the founder and chairman of the Alpine Group, a veteran in the Indian leather products manufacturing industry. He leads the company with his demonstrated business acumen, vision, profound domain knowledge and experience of over 3.5 decades. Ladies and gentlemen, with a very big round of applause, let's welcome Shri Sanjay Likha, Chairman, CLE.
Thank you. That was very flattering. Mr. Santosh Sarangi, our DGFT, Mr. Rajiv Thakur, our Additional Secretary, Mr. Vikram Singh, Mr. John Southwell, Mr. R.K. Chalan, Motilal Ji, our Executive Director, Mr. Selvam, all my friends from the industry, my colleagues from the Committee of Administration of the Council for Leather Exports, all the regional chairmen who are here today, and more than anything else, all the industry members who are present here today. Warm welcome, and I'm looking forward to spending the rest of the day together and understanding how we can reach and attain the targets that we have for ourselves. As has been mentioned, we have a target of 47 billion to be attained by 2030, when we are currently at about 18 billion. This is a tall order, but it is something that is achievable. It is something that we are confident that we will work towards, and with the right support from the government, from the other stakeholders, I'm quite confident we will attain it. Since I mentioned the government, I would like to first say that the support, the guidance, and the hand-holding that we have been getting from our Commerce and Industry Minister, with his constant meetings and with the kind of questioning that he does to the exporting community, and the support that we have been getting from the complete department, from the complete ministry. It is extremely good, and that has perhaps been the reason that we have been able to do what we have done. Just to mention here that during the COVID year, we obviously lost a lot of business, but in the following year, we were able to recover that and come back to pre-COVID levels. Subsequently, last year we had reasonable growth. This year, despite all the headwinds, all the negatives that we faced in Europe and the slowdown that we had in the US, we were still able to attain an overall growth of 11%. This is quite commendable. I mean, for the leather and footwear industry, that we were with a growth of 11%. Actually, this has been higher than the overall country's export growth. So, sir, with your permission, we do take a pat on the back for ourselves for having done that. The council was formed in the year 1984 when the industry was primarily an industry just focused on shipping leather, and leather also in stages before the finished leather stage, and the value addition was quite limited. Today we have been able to bring the industry to a level where almost 90% of what we export is finished product, and only 10% is leather. And that leather also is, it is value-added leather. It is already, the leather itself has provided ample jobs and value addition. And as I see the industry now, I think the time has come for us to take this to the next level. And by saying that, I'm referring to us being able to build brands, to being able to penetrate into the top sectors, the luxury market, the premium sectors, and I'm quite confident that all the industry players are working towards that direction, and we will positively get there. The meeting that we have today, the discussions that we will subsequently have in Lafcan will be centered around the fact that we have to get to this the 47 billion, higher value additions, and and scaling up everything. So this is it's going to be an interesting day, and I'm quite sure that everybody here is looking forward to that. I'm not going to be very long, but because the DGFT and the additional secretary have a meeting and they have to leave for that. But before I wind up, I do want to mention that the FTAs that India has been signing are extremely helpful and positive. I also understand that the trade agreement with the United Kingdom is at a reasonably advanced stage, and I hope that it is signed quickly, and that leather and the footwear sector does benefit from that, because we do look at the UK as a very, very important trading partner, and I think it's the sector has a lot to offer, and also a lot that we can bring in from the United Kingdom, because there is a lot of high brands and product that is done there. There is also a reasonably good industry and tradition of leather making. I mean, there's there's schools and colleges like Northampton which provide education to a lot of the members from the leather industry. So we're looking forward to that, and I'm hoping that it happens at the quickest. Also, I understand that the FTA with Canada is at an advanced stage, and in fact, the Commerce Minister is leading a delegation in just a few days from now to Canada, and we as members of the leather industry are a part of that delegation, and we look forward to being able to take that to the next level. The trade agreement that we had last year with Australia has been extremely useful. It has provided, as Mr. Jalan was mentioning, it has provided additional opportunity to many of us. And I was actually just speaking to a customer in Australia earlier this week, and I could see that there is a very, very clear intention to bring in, to divert a lot of business that they were doing elsewhere to India now, because there is a clear there's a clear advantage in the duty structure, and so I think this is the direction that that we are taking, and we're looking forward to being able to take this up in all the relationships that we are building with various countries. I would like to touch on the issue of the production linked incentive scheme, which is being which the industry has been requesting, sir, for quite a while now, and I think this could really be the game changer that is required at this stage. The need of the day is very clearly that our investments in capacity building and infrastructure, in the way that we produce product, in the way that we use technology and modern production methods, all of these need to be upgraded. And for that, if we have the production linked incentive scheme, I think that is something that will open up, how should I say it? I think maybe it will open up our pockets, sir, and we will start spending more money on investments in the business, and and that is really what will take us to the next level. And there is a very clear interest from overseas investors, and as we are all aware, there is a lot of activity already starting to happen, and the production linked incentive could really escalate that and help us in creating the ecosystem that the total business requires. So, sir, we are again our request that if this could be the PLI scheme could be I know you have been supporting it all the while, sir, but if a little more the industry is very keen to hear about it. So and actually in our committee of administration meeting in the morning today, sir, there was a discussion, and I was being asked that when do you expect this, and I had obviously I have no answer for that, but we do hope it happens quickly, sir, and I can assure you that it will be very well received. It will be very amply utilized by the industry. So thank you very much for being here, and thank you everybody for being here, and I look forward to interacting over the rest of the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for addressing us and for sharing your kind thoughts with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time now we invite our guest of honor for his address, who is an IS officer from Rajasthan Cadre 1995 batch, and he's also worked as Joint Secretary in the Department of Military Affairs, Ministry of Defence earlier, and presently Additional Secretary, DPIIT. Let's welcome Shri Rajiv Singh, please, with a huge round of applause. Shri Rajiv Singh Thakur.
A very warm good afternoon to all. Chief guest, Mr. Santosh Sarangi, DG Foreign Trade, Chairman CLE, Mr. Sanjay Likha, and Mr. Jalan, Mr. Southwell from Austrade, Mr. Motilal Sethi, ED of CLE, Mr. Selvam, and Mr. Vikram Singh. And lots of industry friends I can see sitting here in front of me. So a very warm welcome again to all. And thanks CLE for inviting me, and thanks for that. So CLE has been a very close partner with us in the entire scheme of things of leather and the entire thing. So we have been interacting with them and they've been regularly providing inputs. So thanks for that. Coming to the today's topic of this ambitious target of exports. So as my previous speaker said and mentioned quite a lot of things which were of great value to us, and we've noted them. Coming straight away to the point of PLI. So obviously we have been discussing, especially with CLE and all our other stakeholders like CFI and FDDI, CLRI, various other associations, IFCOMA also for components. So primarily the component ecosystem in the country, you know better than me, for leather and non-leather, needs a great boost. Also for other things we need the similar or some other sort of incentive which we are working at. And why PLI is not coming for leather and non-leather so far and why it is taking time? So because it's just not for one particular sector, the government is taking call for in a holistic manner for the entire economy and entire manufacturing sector. That is why it is taking its own time, and but I am hopeful that we are working upon that, and as and when the government takes call, we will be ready for that. Besides PLI, what we are doing, and one of the speakers also mentioned, which has become some sort of a complex issue for us, but now I think we are trying to get out of that, which is the quality control orders for the footwear sector. So we have been trying on that, and as just mentioned by Mr. Jalan, that as low as $2 per pair has been the import price. So you can all realize the situation, people who are not very comfortable with QCO, that why these are so important. Obviously there are challenges in implementation of quality control orders which we are willing to address, and we have come some way forward in this, I would say, but still the formulation needs to be totally, not totally, at least large consensus should be there, if not total acceptance. So on that we need to work. Other than these things, one thing I would like to mention, which was also said by one of the speakers, about the IFLDP, which is an old scheme, and now it is being run between 21 to 26 for 1700 crores. So for marketing and branding of your products, and also for creating a design studio, we have two special components in this time, other than the routine IDLS and CETP and other schemes, and leather footwear park. So I would like to, although lots of applications have come, and at the moment the applications are not being accepted, but these are the two new features where we are providing funds for marketing and branding of your products in foreign countries, and also for the creation of a research and development type of a thing, which is called design studio. So do avail those things as and when the applications open again. So this was my request. Other than that, FDDI is a Footwear Design Development Institute which has 12 campuses. We are trying to develop them as centers of excellence, and already 7 campuses out of 12 have been created as centers of excellence. And if you are interacting with them, you would see the change in the infrastructure which has come, and SATRA and other type of standards we are trying to maintain in these labs. Basically it is for you, for the industry, you need to use these facilities, because FDDI itself is a teaching institute and they don't need per se, but for the industry to put the capital cost and to run it, we know that it is not sustainable. So we came forward, and through FDDI we have created those facilities, and we hope that in our entire collective efforts towards moving towards this ambitious target of exports, these facilities would also come handy, and you will use them, and hopefully this will keep all of us in good stead. So I'll not be very long, and thank you so much once again for inviting me, and we have noted the points which have been mentioned by the speakers, and in general also we keep interacting with you, so we know most of the issues, but it's still good to keep interacting and keeping our dialogue open. So thank you so much once again.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing your views with us today. Thank you for joining us here, I must say once again on behalf of the industry. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time we invite our chief guest for his address. Our chief guest, ladies and gentlemen, as we know, Shri Santosh Sarangi ji, who is an IS officer From the 1994 batch Odisha cadre, he has 5 long years of serving in the Ministry of Commerce as Joint Secretary and Chairman MPDA and presently DGFT. एक बार जोरदार तालियों के साथ श्री संतोष सारंगी जी का अभिनंदन करें. थोड़ी और जोरदार तालियां हो सकती हैं. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The dignitaries on the dais, Mr. Likha, Rajiv and Selvam, Mr. Sethi, Mr. Jalan, Mr. Southwell, Mr. Bikram Singh, and dear friends who are present today. Let me at the outset congratulate all of you on organizing Lafcan. I believe it is the 2nd edition. And it's actually a great initiative. Mr. Sethi was telling me a little while before that earlier you used to have only an award function, but gradually you have added a lot more value to that event by brainstorming on issues of concern pertaining to leather and leather segment, which is a great initiative. For an entrepreneur, what drives an entrepreneur who has achieved a certain level of economic prosperity, financial prosperity, is the stimulation to do more, to achieve more, and to contribute more to the society. And to do that, stimulating your minds, stimulating your brain is something which is amply required. And all of you are doing this today. That's a great thing. Following this, I think you will have an awards event. So my compliments to those who have qualified for those awards. But overall, I believe the leather exporting segment deserves big accolades for what you have achieved in the current year. Mr. Likha told that leather segment has grown at about 11%, which is much above than the average growth of 6% that we have achieved in overall exports. So my compliments to all of you. But I would again like to remind that this is not the highest ever export that you are doing in the leather segment. That was in 1919 where you had done about 5.7 billion. This year you are about 5.3 billion. 6.4. Oh, great. Excellent. So I stand corrected. 6.4 was the highest ever. After that we saw a dip. Going by the trend line of 6.4 billion in 2014, you should have been doing something around 10 billion plus today. So there are a number of factors which have impeded leather exports. As far as the Department of Commerce is concerned and DGFT is concerned, most of you are aware that administering foreign trade policy is the job of DGFT. But one thing which has struck me in this meeting is I don't need to talk about FTP to all of you. You have Mr. Motilal Sethi, who is quite well researched, and he can answer you any question on FTP. But in the last FTP, we brought about some transitions which he spoke of. One is the flexibility in bringing about changes and amendments in the FTP. So instead of changing it every 5 years, we have kept our window open to bring about changes in foreign trade policy as and when that is required by the industry. The second is we have moved away from a regime of incentive-based schemes to remission-based schemes. So that is your entitlement, because the basic principle is taxes and duties should not be exported. And to that extent, that should be reimbursed to you. So there are quite a few taxes on which you are not getting reimbursement. The taxes which were being collected by the state governments as VAT, as electricity duty, there were quite a few taxes on which you were not getting a reimbursement until now. And we have moved over to a regime where you get a reimbursement of those taxes. The second area where we will be focusing strongly is on a collaboration with state and district administration. So until now, export is considered the domain of the central government. But it's time now that we work more and more with state government. Especially we have seen progressive state governments like Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Gujarat, Maharashtra taking a lot of initiative for exports. So that needs to be replicated in many other states, including in Mr. Jalan's state UP, where export focus can result in much higher and much faster exports. The other area that we are focusing on is e-commerce, and leather is a segment where e-commerce related exports can be very high. All of you know that our current export from India using e-commerce platform is only about 4 to 5 billion. Compare this with China, which does about 400 billion worth of goods using e-commerce. So that should give you the potential of e-commerce in India. And we are now working with different agencies who are involved in e-commerce exports. Department of Revenue, RBI, Department of Post, and various other organizations who can facilitate e-commerce. And one of the game changer is going to be what is being done in DPIIT with ONDC. So as and when ONDC becomes and assumes an international dimension, that can be a game changer for our e-commerce exporters. For the current year from Department of Commerce, we are going to do a massive outreach program to familiarize our artisans, our weavers, our leather exporters on how to onboard e-commerce platform and do greater export on e-commerce. So on this we'll be working with CLE to reach out to as many pockets as possible. The next area that many of my previous speakers spoke on is the thrust on signing FTAs. We have signed FTA with the UAE and Australia recently, and some of the trends are quite visible that some of our most labor intensive segments like apparel and garments, leather goods will get greater competitive advantage in these markets. And our negotiation with Canada, UK, etc. is going on a fast track, and as and when that happens, all of you are expected to likely get a much better market penetration in these markets where you are already doing fairly well. Apart from that, in the Department of Commerce, our focus on product diversification as well as ensuring that many of you participate in overseas exhibition is also one of the main priorities. And we work with CLE as well as many other export associations, industry bodies, to ensure that our exporters get to participate in many fairs and exhibitions pertaining to leather. And in this, we would be happy to work with CLE to ensure that our aspiring exporters, startups, new exporters get a relative priority in attending these kind of fairs and exhibitions. When it comes to retaining the market share and increasing market share, all of us know that there were primarily three factors of production which were contributing to economic growth in a sector. Those were land, labor and capital. But with the progress of time, a new element was added, which was technology. And it was thought that even if you were becoming relatively disadvantageous vis-a-vis your wage rates, with technology, introduction of technology, you can still retain your competitive advantage. And that is how many of these high wage markets like Japan, Korea, Taiwan have managed to retain their competitive advantage through use of technology. But in many of the lifestyle segments, I think one more element is also extremely crucial, and that element is the design. Because in lifestyle segment, it lies, it is often told that beauty lies in the eye of the beholder. So for lifestyle segments, if I like a particular product, then my flexibility or my willingness to pay might be a little higher, even though I might feel that this product is slightly overpriced. So design is a segment which probably requires a lot more attention, And in this, our FDDI as well as many other educational institutions which have come up in this segment will have to invest much more. And that is a segment which will contribute substantially to value addition in leather segment. Over a period of time, as Mr. Likha was telling, we have almost 90% of our product which are going as value added products. But in the public mind, especially among the Indian public, it is often construed or perceived that leather apparels, leather goods are slightly expensive. So those who do not have the capacity to pay or willingness to pay may not be willing to invest in this particular segment. So the challenge is to make it cost competitive as well as to develop designs which will be able to cater to a niche market and get a better price. So on both these fronts, to provide products which are affordable, so to that extent creating a range of goods which are affordable, and then creating also well designed, well researched products which can attain a niche market, which can cater to a niche market and get realize better value. Both of these will have to go hand in hand. While talking to Mr. Likha, I was trying to gauge what is the recovery of leather that we are able to do from our cattle population. All of you know that we have the highest cattle population in the world, but because of unscientific slaughtering, because of unscientific management of the slaughtering process, probably we are not able to recover all the hides properly for use in the leather segment. Maybe our recovery is about 40 to 50%. Is that right, or it's more? Roughly. Less than that. Even less than that. So in course of time, given the advantage of having the highest ever buffalo and cattle population in the world, we also need to invest substantially in having good slaughterhouses where slaughtering is done with the right technology so that hide recovery is done properly, and to that extent your availability of raw material goes up substantially. And in this, working with our Ministry of HNDUD, working with the Rural Development Ministry to have scientific slaughterhouses at panchayat level, at urban local bodies will be of key importance. So in course of time, that is an area on which I would request CLE to focus a little more, so that the recovery of hides for use by our leather industry improves substantially, maybe goes up by 2 to 3 times more than what is available today. However, our leather industry as on date has been doing phenomenally well, and there are some leaders who are able to leverage the best of markets, the most developed markets, and are able to leverage a premium because of good value added products. So I hope this trend will continue and you will be the flag bearers of Indian quality leather products in the years to come. Thank you very much.
Flag bearers of Indian quality leather products. Thank you very much, sir, for that enlightening address, and under your leadership, we surely hope to grow bigger and better. So ladies and gentlemen, with this we're moving on, and we're moving on. We're moving on, and let me now invite Sri Vikram Singh, who's the Strategic Head Investment, British High Commission, to kindly address us. Ladies and gentlemen, before he finally starts his address, I must tell you all that he has a very wide experience across multiple industry verticals. He's worked with MNCs like GE, American Express, Dell, IBM. Currently, he's working with Department for Business and Trade, a UK government department at British High Commission. His job primarily involves driving bilateral trade between India and UK, with specific focus on helping Indian companies set up and expand in the UK.
These two have to leave, so we will give them a memento, and then Vikram can take it.
So as we already know that our guest of honor are chief guests are really hard-pressed for time and they have to leave. So we have tokens of respect and appreciation for their presence here. May I please request Shri Sanjay Likha, Chairman CLE, to kindly please present a memento, a token of respect, appreciation, as a citation to our chief guest Shri Santosh Sarangi ji. जोरदार तालियां सभी की ओर से. Ladies and gentlemen, let's thank Shri Santosh Sarangi for being present here today. And I will also request Shri R.K. Jalan, Vice Chairman, to kindly please present a token of appreciation to Shri Rajiv Singh Thakurji. So we thank you for your presence, your time that you've given us. Amidst your very busy schedule, you've still spared some time for the industry meeting. We really appreciate, acknowledge and respect your presence here. Thank you very much, sir, for being here with us. So we'll take a few more seconds before we finally invite Shri Vikram. So we'll take a few more seconds as our guests are leaving. So ladies and gentlemen, as already I've read out, but still I would want to do that again. Shri Vikram is currently working with Department for Business and Trade, a UK government department at British High Commission. His job involves driving bilateral trade between India and UK with specific focus on helping Indian companies set up and expand in the UK and focus on policy issues relating to bilateral trade. We welcome Shri Vikram Singh, please. Zordar taaliyan inke liye. Please put your hands together for Shri Vikram Singh.
No. Is it working? Thank you, ma'am. Chief guest, I think he had to leave, but Mr. Sanjay Likha, John Southwell, and Mr. Sethi. And ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Vikram, and I work for Department for Business and Trade at the British High Commission in Delhi. First of all, let me start by congratulating Council for Leather Export for the second edition of Lafcan, and thank you for inviting us. This is our first engagement with Lafcan, and hopefully many more to come. I'm told by Mr. Selvam that UK is the third largest market for leather exports from India. It accounts for almost $500 million of trade, and the target is 1 billion. Hopefully, we'll try and help work together and see how whatever we can do to help. I've been given 20 minutes. What I'm going to speak for the next 20 minutes and present a few slides is to give you a quick overview on what our current India-UK relationships look like. You know, how can we help you as a business department? Most of the stuff that we provide and the services that we provide are actually free of cost. And a quick overview of the UK industry, leather overview. So let me just start. India-UK partnership currently stands at 34 billion as per the last numbers we had. UK is the third largest investor into India, and India is the second largest investor into UK. India and UK support about 500,000 jobs, across both the countries. Can you see it? All right, okay. And there are more than 900 Indian companies operating in the UK and about 618 British companies in India. Some of these statistics are actually fun to look at, and they're important because they reflect the strength of the UK economy. First in Europe and third globally for growing up and scaling up businesses. Second most popular country for attracting inward investment in Europe. Third in the world for attracting global talent. I think Mr. Jalan was talking about talent. I have a slide on skilling. I'll talk about that. Fourth on Global Innovation Index. Sixth largest economy. Fifth is India. Sixth is UK. And eighth in the world on the ease of doing business. Why should you consider the UK? There are a lot of reasons that I can actually give, but some of them are just quick highlights. Big, vast market opportunity, right? Sixth largest economy, and I think one of the speakers was talking about per GDP capita. I think UK is really on top. It's about $50,000 per capita income. Robust infrastructure, very favorable business environment. There are 900 Indian companies operating in the UK. The one feedback that we get very consistently is that is the experience of doing business. It's actually excellent. You can set up a company in 5 business days, and we can help you do that. High quality of life, I will just present a little bit on that, and easy access to talent across different sectors, and some tax benefits if you are, depending on if you're operating in the technology sector or using technology or patent boxes. I'm sure you're familiar with some of the universities in terms of easy access to talent. The top 4 universities actually come from the UK, are in the UK, whether it is Oxford, Cambridge, University College London, or the others, and on Oxford. Ease of doing business, this was the last rankings that were published by the World Bank. 8 is a good number. India did quite well too under the Prime Minister's leadership. We were about 137, we came to 63, which is fantastic. I'm going to spend a few minutes on the next few slides because these are who we are as a department, what do we do, and how can we help you. So as it says, Department for Business and Trade, we have essentially 3 remits. One is trade, the second one is trade policy, and the third one is investments. So trade pretty much deals with bringing British investments into India, working with Indian companies, getting into tie-ups and exploring Indian markets. You know, that's what trade does. If you look at this slide, these are some of the missions that have come into India so far already. So if you look at the first one, we had a higher education, UK university mission coming into India because, there are 900, like I said, there are 900 Indian companies. They're always looking for talent across different sectors. And therefore, engaging with universities, not just for recruitment, but for joint collaborations, innovation and research. It's very helpful. We also had a big creative and retail mission that came to Bombay and Bangalore. We did participate in Invest Punjab that happened in Chandigarh. We had the Electrama in Delhi. There was a big delegation of British companies coming into Delhi. And of course, the Auto Expo, Future Mobility, and the last one was the Tech Summit. And of course, right now we're sitting in April, we're expecting quite a few more British companies to come into India. Trade policy, I think we've had a lot of discussion around free trade agreement. You can see this picture, our Secretary of State with Minister Goel, Kemi Badenoch, they kicked off the discussions in December last year. The latest update is that the 9th round of discussions are going on as we speak in London, and they're expected to end this Friday. I know there is a lot of euphoria and enthusiasm about the free trade agreement. We are also extremely hopeful and hoping that this happens this year. I think the key to remember is that it is going to be quality over speed that will determine the outcome of the agreement. We want to make sure that it's a win-win both for both the countries and they get greater access to each other markets as you would want. Investment is the team that I am part of and my colleagues here are part of. We help Indian companies set up and scale up in the UK. So right from, and I'm going to talk a little bit about that, I'm told that Mr. Selvam just told me before I got here that he's planning a delegation to the UK, and as I said, we'll be very, very happy to support your delegation depending on where you want to be. We have supported delegations with ASSOCHAM, we have supported delegations with FICCI, we have supported delegations with CII, and we are happy to work with Council for Leather Export given the focus on trade and bilateral trade overall. These are some of the delegations and outreach activities that we've done across the country just to help Indian companies who are looking to, who have the ambition to grow and scale their business in the UK. A lot of them feel that UK provides a great opportunity to fulfill their global ambition. And so, this is what we do, reach out to tier 2 cities as well. So if you see one delegation to your left, sorry you can't see the screen, but that was in Amritsar, the one to the right is actually in Delhi. What does it really take? I'm not going to spend too much time on every small detail, but these are some of the activities that you need to do to set up your business, right? Decide on a legal structure, register, get your company registered, apply for visas, set up bank accounts, set up your corporate, VAT and tax registrations, your payroll, property searches, recruitment staff, and etc. As a Department for Business and Trade, because we are a UK government department, all the services that we provide are absolutely free of cost. We are not commercially driven. We have 2 objectives. One, we want to increase the bilateral trade between India and UK. And 2, we want to make sure that if you are going to the UK to do business, you should have a great experience of doing business in the UK. These are some of the services that we provide, which are again cost-free. So if you're looking for some market intelligence reports, if you're looking for guidance around where you should set up a business, if you want to know where the main clusters are for leather and leather goods, who the people are, all of that information can be provided by us. You have to just give us about 2 to 3 weeks. We can put together some really interesting benchmarking reports for you across the sectors. Of course, there are quite a few interesting options on soft landing. I've always said that in every forum that I speak, Indians are generally very smart because they're very cost conscious, and therefore when they set up a business in a new overseas market, they are extremely cost conscious, and therefore they would not like to invest too much money in infrastructure or setting up businesses. You can take advantage of some of the soft landing packages that are available, co-working spaces that are available. And let me also say that setting a business in London would be as expensive or cheap as setting an office space in, let's say, in Delhi or Gurgaon. And we can, of course, talk to you if you want to do that, and all our interactions are going to be confidential. I know I spoke to some of you, and some of you came to me for visa. So these are the 3 different broadly kind of visas that we provide. Yes, and I think one sir did ask me if we are still giving out visas. Yes, we are very much open. We do that through the VFS, close to the Gurdwara here. So we have 3 different kinds of visas broadly. One is the student visa. So this year we gave about 140,000 visas, which is perhaps the highest number. If you asked us this number, what this number was, let's say 5 years ago, it was about 20,000. So you can just see the interest of Indian students to work in UK universities, to study in UK universities. And the one thing that has really led to higher numbers is because the change of visa regime. Now students who go from India to the UK can now actually work for 2 years post completing their education. Work visas, 120,000 approximately. I think India continues to be the number 1 country for attracting, intercompany transfer visas is 120,000. And the other visitor visas, so this is both business and your visitor visas, is almost 420,000. And I also said that 90% of Indians who apply for a UK visa actually get it. So there's nothing really to sort of worry about that. What really happens is that, half of India is in UK during summers, which is now approaching. So the times to get your visa actually sometimes take a lot longer. However, you could actually apply to different kind of services that we have to offer. I'm not going to go through this slide, but this just gives you a different kind of different ranges of visas that we have to offer. And there is a visa to fit every business type, whether you're a small business or you're a new business, you're a startup or scale up or innovator, or you're working for a big Indian multinational company. You could go through global business mobility visas and different ones. Living in the UK, I think one of the reasons why UK is a very preferred market for Indians to UK is because not just, of course, fundamentally it's a very strong market business-wise, but the overall experience of being in the UK is excellent. I think one, of course, culture, like I keep telling people, a lot of people when we meet them in UK tell us UK is home away, second best home away from home. So, you just feel absolutely at ease there. So whether it's the culture, healthcare, children's education, and the kind of diversity that UK offers. So that just completes and makes the experience very, very sort of compelling for Indians to be in the UK. This is an interesting slide because I hope you can read it. This just reflects the kind of companies and businesses across different sizes and sectors that have invested in the UK. So this was an announcement that came from 10 Downing Street last year when the then Prime Minister, I should stand corrected, was visiting India, and these were the deals that the Indian companies announced during part of his visit. So these are some really very, very interesting names here. Whether it's tech companies, whether there are, from property companies to business process management companies, to Apollo tires and AI and different kind of sectors that exist. This is another example of some of the key investment successes that we've had with different kind of Piramal is healthcare, Hero Motors, on electric vehicles, and so on and so forth. Yeah, these are some of these slides that you probably are looking forward to. UK leather industry, a quick few slides here. UK is amongst the leading leather markets, is a better way to put it, and it just has about 23 tanneries. But I think the one good thing that stands out about the British leather industry is quality, and therefore we have such well-known brands like Nike, Mulberry, and Burberry's that rely on British leather. In terms of workers, I think obviously it's a lot smaller compared to Indian market. About 10,000 workers that work in the British leather industry, and the leather goods luxury segment is about £2.5 billion. Just go back here. Amongst the 5 markets on leather production, of course, is China, India, Russia, Italy, and Brazil. These are the top 5, leather producing markets. These are some very interesting UK leather industry associations, and they do different kind of work for different sort of services. Leather UK is one of the really prominent ones. They are the ones who promote leather industry as a whole. So they are membership like Council for Leather Export. They could actually be the counterpart for CLE in UK. Then you have the British Footwear Association, focused mainly on your shoes. Then you also have Travel and Accessories Association, focused on a lot of accessories and bags. Then you have the International Leather Makers. They do a lot of analysis on how the market, especially the leather market, footwear and leather is trending. And of course, then you have the Technology Center that does a lot of testing for leather quality and products. This is very interesting. This is a list of a lot of wholesalers, UK leather wholesalers, and where the big clusters are. So you see, of the 40, majority of them are actually in London and or Northampton. So you can get a list. We have shared the slides with Atul, so I think feel free to please share it, Atul, if required. And these are some of the UK leather manufacturing businesses based all over. So you can look at it from Isle of Skye to Glasgow to Bristol. And I did meet a few people who are actually importing leather from Glasgow, which is very, very interesting. So we can give you, we can make some connects if required. We can make some introductions if required. All of that can be made possible. Skilling, I think Mr. Jalan spoke about product design and skilling. I think UK is an extremely sort of mature market for the leather industry. So if you look at some of the skilling outfits that we have in UK, right from Catherine Edwards Leather, that does a range of workshops, to Van Cleef Leathercraft. Again, they do a lot of training workshops on, depending on what your requirements are. And then you have Institute for Creative Leather Technologies and the Lender Leather Workshop. So I think there is a lot of diversity depending on what your requirement is, and you could sort of reach out to them as and when, depending on your need. These are the top 4 events for leather and retail that happen in the UK. Line Apple London typically happens in July. This is international exhibition dedicated mainly to leather and leather accessories. Pure London again is another big one happening again in July, followed by Autumn Fair Moda, which is taking place in September, and London Fashion Week, which is again happening in London in June, which almost coincides with the London Technology Week as well. So I hope you found this helpful. My colleagues are here, Ashish and Mohit. If you have any sort of questions, please feel free to reach out to us. We'll be more than happy to help. Thank you so much. Sorry.
Thank you very much for letting us know that very important information about letting us know the various aspects of doing business in the UK, the requirements, the challenges, etc. Thank you for that interesting presentation of yours, Mr. Vikram. Ladies and gentlemen, with this we are moving on quickly, and now we'll be inviting and requesting Mr. John Southwell, Trade and Investment Commissioner, Austrade, to present his remarks. John is Trade and Investment Commissioner responsible for food and beverage, including wine, agricultural and consumer products into India and South Asia. He's based in Mumbai. Prior to his appointment, he held numerous roles in the Australian Public Service, including, most recently, Principal Director in the Trade Reform Division of the Department of Agriculture, Water and Environment. Let's welcome Mr. John Southwell.
Namaskar, Dawson. I'm delighted to be speaking with you today and just to recognise Sri Seti, Sri Jalan, Sri Lika, and Sri Singh and Sri Selvan. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very conscious that I'm the seventh speaker in a row, and what you could almost say from a test cricketing term is that I'm the night watchman, because the next speaker, I think, so I've been followed by the United Kingdom, because the Ashes is just about to begin. But just before the Ashes, there's the final cricket test between Australia and India. So as you would know, the score is currently 2-1 with one draw. So we'll hopefully be able to even the ledger for next time, when Australia then returns the Border Gavaskar Trophy. My name's John Southwell, and I'm the Trade and Investment Commissioner for Food, Agribusiness and Consumer Product Trade into India and South Asia. And in a slightly different way to the United Kingdom, we provide advice, connections and support for Australian businesses seeking to export goods and services to India and attracting inbound investment into Australia. We're also a government agency and we act as a not-for-profit. We can actually celebrate today the future of the Indian accessories, leather and footwear industry and its exports. And that's in part supported by Australian skins and hides. Put simply, grown in Australia, made in India, the world's factory, and then consumed globally and across the world. And there's no better time for actually doing business between Australia and India. I want to actually acknowledge also India's remarkable growth and achievements over its 75 years of nationhood. In this period, our countries have grown ever closer, and now our relationship stands at a historic high point. It's a relationship characterised by shared values, a joint commitment to growth and prosperity for our region, and deep people-to-people ties. And at this moment, we have about 1 million people of South Asian origin in Australia at any given time. Both of our governments are seized of the long-term strategic importance of closer ties. We're comprehensive strategic partners, we're Quad partners, and we have a shared ambition for a stable and prosperous Indo-Pacific region. It was actually only last month that our Prime Minister came to India, to the cricket test in Ahmedabad, to Mumbai, and then of course up here to Delhi. And it's a partnership that we're actually committed to seeing deepening further. And our economies are growing more complementary than ever before. On the 29th of December last year, the India-Australia Economic Cooperation and Trade Agreement, or ECTA, Unity under Hindi, entered into force. It aims to double two-way trade, and in 2020, India was Australia's 7th largest trading partner. We want to make that into the top 3 by 2035. We're already seeing the tangible benefits translate from that agreement directly to businesses and consumers in both of our countries. As a result of ECTA, 96% of Indian goods exports can enter Australia duty-free, and this will rise to 100% within just 3 years. I'm particularly pleased, as has been mentioned, that this includes elimination of duties for leather products from India into Australia and an increase in India's exports of leather products to Australia. It's already supporting this, and it was mentioned earlier on, business has gone from 1 customer through to 4 already. And there's only been 4 months that this thing has actually been in place. Tariffs have also been eliminated on more than 85% of Australian goods exports into India. The agreement binds the tariffs on raw skins and hides at 0 from Australia and eliminates the 10% tariff on processed and wet blue skins and hides into India from Australia. This enables Australia to continue to support India's economic growth by reducing the cost of key inputs to Indian manufacturing, thereby actually supporting the growth of Indian industry and exports from what it is right now to 47 billion by 2030. I must say that I note that Sri Sarangi was referring to the obtainment of skins and hides from Indian slaughterhouses, etc. And I must note that we do not seek to compete with Indian industry. We want to contribute, we want to cooperate, and also provide a number of solutions that we can actually provide. Our story, and you can already see it in a number of areas, including Australia Leathers, which is based in Kanpur, which is specialised in cow hair on leather products, which has established a new identity in markets here in India for manufacturing, exporting, as well as supplying of hair on leather products and finished leather goods. There's also the Australian leather cricket ball from Kookaburra that actually also utilises Indian leather. And might I note that hopefully with these balls being used in the 2020, the IPL and a number of other areas, that we see Australia and India leather happening every single day, and may the Mumbai Indians continue to succeed. Australia draws skins and hides from Australian cattle herd which numbers in the vicinity of 28.5 million head at any particular point, and from a sheep flock of 75 million head. Market and weather conditions, of course, influence this. So they're much, much smaller numbers from, than in India. You can actually obtain these from all over the place, including Victoria, the MCG, New South Wales, the SCG, South Australia, Western Australia, Queensland, and of course Tasmania as well. I note that already, since the agreement was signed last year, the Council for Leather Exports took over 140 Indian exhibitors, showcased their apparel, handloom, textile and leather products at the International Sourcing Expo held at the Melbourne Convention Centre in November last year. That actually connects Australian and New Zealand trade buyers with a broad range of manufacturers and suppliers from across the globe, and 140 Indian businesses just in November last year, which is a fantastic outcome. Finally, in terms of skilling, one of the other things that my agency does is what's referred to as the Future Skills Initiative. It's a 4-year priority program that Austrade South Asia is delivering on behalf of the Australian Government. The FSI aims to position Australia as a skills provider of choice to meet India's critical and emerging labour force requirements. It'll support India to upskill its booming workforce through partnerships with Australian skilling organisations, registered training organisations, dual sector universities and edtechs. I'm very pleased that last year we signed an MOU with the Leather Sector Skills Council to collaborate on technical vocation, education and training programs and introduce Australian training standards into the Indian leather sector. This will focus on job roles relating to 3D printing, product design, automation engineering, 3D scanning, computerised stitching machine operations, computerised cutting machine operations and other areas as agreed to by the parties. This is actually going to be implemented through the Future Skills Initiative team right here in Austrade India in Delhi. I also note that there are a number of players here, not just in Delhi and not just in northern India, but also over towards Kolkata. And I note that at the moment, the head of the Calcutta leather complex is actually run by an Australian Indian, which actually shows the amount of ties between Australia and India, both in terms of economy, in terms of sport, in terms of government, and also in strategic affairs, but also within the leather sector. We hope to see India's leather sector flourish and continue to flourish, creating jobs and opportunities across the supply chain, from tannery to manufacturer to designers, producers, and ultimately to delighted consumers worldwide. Our partnership provides both countries with great opportunities to expand and grow into the future. And our ask of you is to please maintain the momentum of this relationship and continue the conversations that you have with Australian skin and hide exporters over the coming weeks, months and years. There's so much potential in the India-Australia business relationship, and we need your help to realise this. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. John Southwell, for that very, very interesting presentation of yours. We really enjoyed listening to all the details and important facts that you highlighted today, and very rightly said, hope to see the industry flourish with the combined efforts of all of us. Before we present the formal vote of thanks for this inaugural session, we would like to request presentation of mementos to our speakers here. Beginning with requesting Shri Motilal Sethi to present a memento to Shri Vikram Singh, please. Ladies and gentlemen, these are tokens of acknowledgement, respect and appreciation for presence of our dignitaries here on the dais. Please put your hands together as we thank once again and welcome Shri Vikram Singh. May we please request Shri R. Selvam to kindly please present a token of respect and appreciation to Shri John Southwell. A big round of applause, everyone. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, as we have come towards the conclusion of the inaugural session, it is time to propose the vote of thanks, and this will be done by Shri R. Selvam, who's been an IS officer from the 2001 batch, Himachal Pradesh cadre. Ladies and gentlemen, he also served in Government of India in various capacities since 2007 to 2014. He served in the Ministry of Home Affairs as advisor to the Minister of Chemicals and Fertilizers in the Ministry of Chemicals and Fertilizers. He also served as Joint Director General of Foreign Trade in Ministry of Commerce and Industry. Ladies and gentlemen, Executive Director CLE, Shri R. Selvam is here. Please put your hands together.
Good afternoon to all. A post-lunch session without any break for more than 1 hour 40 minutes. It's a heavy session, I think so. So I thought I can before concluding my remarks, I can speak something about speed. I was asked to speak on the topic speed. Before giving vote of thanks, and I also want to take few minutes speed. Speed, though the concept of physics, distance traveled by time, but how it is applicable to business. So speed does magic both in travel and also in a business. So, so one more, that is, if you add one more direction, velocity, it becomes with the direction. So you need to go with some direction. If you take Indian leather and footwear industry, especially in all the business activities, speed is very, very important. If you go, I think all the business friends would have gone to USA. That if you go, there is for higher speed, there is a penalty. For lower speed also, there is a penalty. If you go below 65 miles per hour, so you will be ticketed or challaned. So in India, we don't have the concept of penalty system or challanning system for slow speed. So I think the same speed concept may also equally applicable for our industrial members. So just in lighter vein I'm telling, so we should take that one. Unless we don't pick up speed, that is in turning around time, manufacturing time, production, all those things. One is manufacturing speed, another one is packing speed, second one is delivery to the customer. These three areas we need to increase our speed. Even as you all noticed, even if you ask for Uber, we don't have the patience to wait for more time. If you ask for, if you order food in Zomato, we don't have time. So this generation, after, especially we are dealing with the Z generation. Z generation is generation after 2000. So it's the impatient generation. So with that, we also addicted to go with the speed. So whatever we personally expect, the same thing should applicable to business aspects also. That is, unless what will happen, if you don't go match up with the speed, what will happen? Already we lost to China. In 1979, Indian leather footwear industry and Chinese footwear industry is the same level, in the level of export. Today they are exporting around 58 billion and 22 billion, 58 billion export and 22 billion is the domestic size, total 80 billion. So the same way in 2007, Vietnam and India were same, 3 billion export. Today Vietnam is 22, 24 billion export. Whereas India, we are struggling with the 5 to 6 billion export. Where all the matters, where it's stuck up, they're stuck up because of speed. I don't want to blame it is only for the industrial side. It is their equal responsibility also with our infrastructure development, government policies and everything. But more than that, the commitment should come from our industrial members. So we need to we need to introspect where our speed can be increased. If you look at after introduction of GST, infrastructure development or cargo, customs clearance, everything, government is pushing in a major way. Actually, you would have noticed how you dealt 10 years back, how you are dealing in right now. The digitization has taken up in a very, very big way, and the transaction through online transaction, in banking transaction, customs clearance, all these things, everything is happening. That's why we have reached ease of doing business to the 63 rank at the global level. So this is, unless if you don't increase your speed, you will lose to competitors. Already we lost to our competitors. At least this is a time to wake up. And also you look at manufacturing side. If you produce only 10 pairs per day, how to increase to 15 pairs per day? Then if you take delivery time to 1 month to England, So how you can deliver? Now you can air cargo, you can deliver in 8 hours, something like that. So there are a lot of changes in the global ecosystem and Indian ecosystem, because we need to deal with the aspirational population, Z generation. So with this small talk on this speed, speed of business, we have to introspect and we have to work towards this one. So with this, I want to thank all the members members present here, especially our chairman, Mr. Sanjay Laika, for organizing this event. Sanjay Laika and Mr. Motilal Sethi, regional chairman, for organizing this event in a fantastic way. I'll also thank Sri Rajiv Jalan, Vice Chairman, and also our distinguished guest, Mr. Santosh Sarangi, Director General Foreign Trade, and Rajesh Singh Thakur, Additional Secretary, DPIIT, their participation, and also Mr. Vikram from England High Commission, UK High Commission, and Mr. Southwell, and also members from SIFI, Chairman Mr. Naushad, and Rajkumar Gupta, and Dr. Mohan, and other regional chairmen and other industrial members. Thank you very much for all your wonderful participation in this event. I hope this event, though it is a prolonged for last more than 1 hour 30 minutes, I hope that this would have given some introspection, some points to think over it, ponder it, and act upon that one. With this, I thank all the members to participate in this event. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for proposing the vote of thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we are concluding the inaugural session. We have a 5-minute break, as told to me. और उसके बाद फिर हम second session start कर रहे हैं. So we have a little break to get refreshed, and we come back and start with the next session, which is going to be a panel discussion on implementation of 7S to achieve 47 billion by 2030. This session will be moderated by Shri Motilal Sethi. So just a little break of 5 minutes, and we'll be beginning with the next session very, very quickly. Dear friends, this is going to be a panel discussion on implementation of 7S to achieve 47 billion by 2030. This session is going to be moderated by Shri Motilal Sethi, Northern Regional Chairman for CLE. May I please invite you, sir, to kindly please take your position on the dais first, जिसके बाद हम अपने बाकी panelists को invite करेंगे. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming on the dais Mr. Tausif Mirza from Mirza International. Let's welcome Mr. Tausif Mirza on the dais. Please put your hands together. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our panelists. May I please welcome Shri Rajesh Ratnam, CEO, Leather Sector Skill Council. Once again, put your hands together. We have Shri Rajesh Ratnam joining us here. We welcome Dr. N. Mohan, panel convener for non-leather footwear for CLE. We welcome Dr. N. Mohan on the dais. Zordar taliyan inke liye bhi. May I please welcome Shri Arun Kumar Sinha, Managing Director, FDDI. Shri Arun Kumar Sinha, a very warm welcome to you, sir, who is an IS officer from the 99 batch. Ladies and gentlemen, he's a chemical engineer from IIT and has a master's in public policy and management from London School of Economics and Political Science. We welcome you, sir, on the panel. We welcome Shri Tathir Zaidi, Head MSME and Leather, Solidaridad Asia. We welcome Shri Tathir Zaidi on the dais. Zordar taliyan inke liye bhi is a well-known sustainability professional with an experience of around 2 decades in cluster development in micro, small and medium enterprises, supply chain development, etc. Tathir heads Solidaridad portfolio related to MSME and leather sector in the operational countries of Asia. We welcome Shri Emmanuel Maya, Dean, School of Creative Practice, Pearl Academy. We welcome Mr. Emmanuel on the dais. Can we have a bigger round of applause, everyone? He's been an academician since 2010 and he started his design career in 1992 and has been working as a product designer since 2008. We welcome on the dais Mr. Maurizio Grioli, Dean Pearl Academy. May we please welcome Mr. Maurizio on the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, with a round of applause, let's welcome our panelists. We welcome on the dais Shri Sanjay Gupta, President, FCOMA. Shri Sanjay Gupta is a management graduate. He is a president of FCOMA and GC member of FDDI. Let's welcome Shri Sanjay Gupta on the dais.
Good afternoon and welcome back. And this is very, we would say it's very informal. So we will not be speaking one way. It will be, both ways. And all of us are on the same page when we are talking about $47 billion target of leather exports, leather and product exports. Presently, we are having, as Chairman Mr. Lika said, we have grown 11%. Heartening to know this. Good sign, despite all the world recession, despite all the problems happening in the world. All of you, we are really proud of you. Let's give a big applause to all of you that you have really gained 11%. 11% is a big number. So from here, we start this. Today's 7S, what we are talking about is, this session is a kind of a diagnose. We are all talking about very big figures. The present domestic, I've got domestic player next to me sitting red tape, and also export player. But we have got our very distinguished panel. A very brief introduction on the panel. Rajesh is from Skill Sector Council, Leather for Skill Sector, LSSE, Leather Sector Skill Council. He's handling that. We have got Mr. Arun Sinha on my right hand side, who is the Managing Director of Footwear Design and Development Institute, which is actually training, which is training the students, which is got 12 branches all over the country, which is a nodal body, and Mr. Sinha is putting in tireless efforts in, revising the curriculum. So this is a very good forum where you can even, speak of the students being generated for the industry, because we are talking of skill. So we would not be, taking more, we'll be very brief on what we are talking about, and then we'll give you enough of time so that you could give us your inputs. Ultimately, we are now working on a roadmap with DPIT, where, all these recommendations will go and take the industry forward. So with these words, with short words, we have all understood that how do we achieve this 47 billion. Mammoth task, Mr. Tausif Mirza was asking me whether, what is the present? So present domestic is $12 billion. Export is about $5 billion, 5.11 or whatever it is said. From this 17.5 or $18 billion to $47 billion in 7 years' time, a strategy has to be created. What all is needed to be done by the industry? It's kind of a diagnostic session that the whole body of this 47 billion, the whole body of the leather industry is going to be diagnosed by all these speakers, where they will speak about each input, how would it help us in taking the industry forward. We have got from style side two very eminent people from Pearl Academy on my left and my right. And welcome to the show, sir. Very nice. Mr. Sethi has sent. He will be coming in the evening session today. We have got from Solidared, Mr. Tahir, who is actually, you have seen a booth outside, who is talking about a lot of interventions in improving your leather tanning sector, waste from wealth, whatever your, how do you improve your tanning techniques, and he will be speaking on the subject during the course of our discussion. With these words, I would start first of all on the skill, the first S of today, and I would give it to Rajesh to take it forward, followed by Mr. Sinha. Both of these speakers will be giving a little highlight as to what is a skill, how India is getting ready for skill development today.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Yes, so skilling, are we going to talk about skilling the people who are going to work in the industry? Are we going to talk about skilling the entrepreneurs or the business owners who are running this business? The technology, we need to upskill the technology, we need to upgrade the technology. If you ask, all these three questions need to be answered, and because there is requirement for all the three of them to, move up the value what they've been currently working. But somehow we have been focusing primarily on skilling people in terms of volume, manpower, over the last 1 decade, what we have done. I think there's enough learning from there that didn't work as the way we expected it to be. So as a Sector Skill Council, we moved up the value chain. We started doing the research on how to improve the productivity where we lack in terms of technology. So that's another piece which we need to fix. So last 2 years, we have been adopting the Industry 4.0 practice. There are few factories where we are trying to automate as many processes as possible. After this experience, we did a presentation to IIT Madras, and they said, you have laid a path, now we will help you to increase it further by introducing robotics, RFID based line motion system. So these are some of those. Apart from these, starting from material management, logistics, so the entire supply chain, meaning while manufacturing end to end, need to be connected. Okay, once we do this, we need to train people based on these new systems. So that is where we are taking.
So Rajesh, you are saying that you are training the certified manpower for leather industry. So up to now, how do you really do that? How fastly, and is it on-site training? Is it cluster-oriented training? If you could explain the industry, how your training, LSS is training the manpower, and how can the industry be benefited, would go a long way. Very briefly, maybe you could.
So multiple models. There are models where we get into a factory and train them. Or we find a cluster where we put up a temporary system or infrastructure to train them for a period of 6 months. Then we come out of that cluster, then we go back after when the demand increases. So these are the two models primarily being adopted. The permanent model of setting up a center doesn't work until unless places like Agra and Chennai alone it will work. Otherwise it will not work. Another aspect to this is we have identified subsectors. We have identified about 15 subsectors. For example, you ask us to train exclusively on automobile upholstery. We would go to do that. Okay, so that's a level of specialization of training we have gone after now.
Thank you, Rajesh. And from here we move to FDDI, Footwear Design and Development Institute, has got 12 different branches all over the country. We are fortunately having Mr. Arun Kumar Sinha, IAS Managing Director. Would you like to speak from here?
Yeah. Good evening to all of you, all the guests present here. I mean, there is no denying the fact that skilled worker or the skilled manpower is the backbone of any industrial development of any country, and we are no exception. FDI is, playing its role, but now we have really changed. I mean, when FDI was set up, I think requirement was very different. Today, requirement is very different. Today, the skill that you require is all modern skills, where you are having automation. We have brought in lots of technology part of it, which was not there earlier. So we have all kind of software which is required in the industry, whether it is Shoemaster we have been using for a long time, whether it is Conclave, whether it is Corel Draw, all modern facility that we have created. Earlier, Everyday was not into non-leather shoes. We were mostly into leather shoes. So this is another thing that we have added. We have moved to non-leather shoes, and we have really set up very modern facility at Rohtak, and we are also upgrading our 6 of more campuses who will be providing training in non-leather sector, because this is a sector which is growing. So what I feel today is the requirement is not the skills which was required 20, 30 years back. Today you require modern technology, modern software that is being used in the industry, whether it is designing, whatever. I mean, all the processes that you have automated, you require skills for reducing your wastage, increasing productivity. So basically, you need to really bring in modern manufacturing techniques, which really improves your productivity and improves your competitiveness, that improves your margin. That's where I think FDI has a big role to play, and we are trying to do that. Of course, we are doing the long-term courses, but I think the other thing which is really required is training the manpower which is already on the shop floor. Because unless you really train them, they may be doing your work, but they don't know what is the science behind what they're doing. So I think you really require to teach them the requirement, why something they're doing, why they're doing it day in and day out. What if something different they do? So if they understand that, they will reduce your wastage, they will definitely increase your productivity. And that's where we are lagging. So I feel these are the techniques, modern techniques that the industry has to bring in so that it improves your competitiveness. I mean, that's all I have to say.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Sinaji. And from FDDI, they have got virtual classrooms where I think from one center, they can even hire the experts from overseas who can, train students, and all the faculties are connected on a virtual classroom basis. That's an achievement which Mr. Sinha has done on his taking over, and let's give him a big hand for that. So we have got now from solidarity, how do we, the most important crux for our industry is leather. How do we tan leather? How efficiently we are able to tan leather? How best we can really make use of the production techniques? How can we make, sustainable leather? And that is a requirement of overseas customers today, where they are going and looking at, the backward integration, your tanning sector, the techniques you are using. We have got with us an expert, Solidated, Mr. Tahir Raza Zaidi is with us, who will be speaking on the techniques as to how you can reduce your cost, and more importantly, how from waste of leather tanning you can make wealth. So from waste to wealth, he will be speaking on these two issues and tell us how can we be making efficient production in terms of tanning.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sethi. Hope I am audible. So a very good afternoon to all of you. At the outset, I am really thankful to Council for Leather Exports, Chairman Mr. Sanjay Likha sir, Vice Chairman Mr. Raju Jalan sir, to provide us this opportunity, ED sir, Regional Chairman sir, to provide Solidaridad this opportunity to be a part of this meaningful event today. As already mentioned by Mr. Sethi, that we are working in this sustainability domain since last 5-6 years. But because I'm seeing most of the faces from the northern part, while Solidaridad is already working in eastern part, central part, and the southern part, so just briefly introduce my organization Solidaridad, which is an international not-for-profit organization originated from Netherlands, now working in around 50 countries across the globe. And we started 55 years back, primarily working in number of agricultural commodities. Now, with reference to leather, we started our journey only formally from 2017, when Embassy of the Netherlands, Maya ji is sitting here, approached Solidaridad if we can do some work in the leather tanneries. At that time, we had no credentials, whatever we did in last decades in the leather sector. We started from scratch. At that time, we met with people in the Kanpur region, Mr. Mukhtarul Amin, who has been really instrumental in this journey to Solidaridad, Mr. Jalan and so many other industry leaders. And we kept our focus, how can we introduce right kind of practices in the tanning value chain, tannery processes, so that the pollution load can be minimized at source itself. We kept our focus on water optimization and effluent reduction, as well as how can we come out with the solutions of solid waste. How can we convert different kind of solid waste into valuable products? So with this approach, we started our work in Kanpur. And we introduced some innovations. We worked out a consortium with the presence of European companies like we took relevant entities from Italy, from Netherlands, the entities from India. We formulated a consortium and started our work with 5 tanneries in Kanpur Unnao region in 2017. And we got all the guidance, supports from the industry leaders, even from the government, that started from November 2017 till the time of COVID, like February 2020, we came out with exciting solutions, which are technically and economically viable in nature, on water reduction, on effluent reduction, on usage of solid waste from the leather industry. That encouraged Solidaridad to replicate. Even government asked us to replicate learnings to other important geographies. We replicated it to Calcutta. In 2020, the project was inaugurated by Honorable Chief Minister, where CLC Tanners Association, Mr. Ramesh Juneja, Mr. Imran Khan helped a lot to Solidaridad. And then with the encouragement received from Akil Ahmed Saab, he was chairman at that time for council, he encouraged Solidaridad to replicate the learnings to the southern part of the country as well. So because time is a real constant, I know. So with this, within this 5 years of time, we got success to introduce viable solutions. Even on an investment of Indian rupees 7,000 or 8,000 rupees, the water can be saved by around 50% in volume from the most water intensive process. That is the reason we started our work with 5 tanneries. Now we have our footprints in more than 300 tanneries in India, even in the adjoining countries, even in the African countries. So, and now last year, we came out with a digital portal named Leather Trade Intelligence Portal. Again, thanks to Chairman Sanjay sir, who encouraged Solidaridad for all such innovations, and he formally inaugurated that particular portal, which is sort of a sustainability scorecard on sustainability aspects. And now today evening, we are going to launch the QR code of that particular portal. So that with the help of that particular portal, a tannery can assess its performance on a number of environmental and social issues. That portal will also guide how can they improve their performance from here to the next level onwards. Lastly, I think that we recently proposed a memorandum of understanding as well to Council for Leather Exports, where we want to collaborate with entities like FDDI, LSSC, as rightly mentioned by sir, that without building the capacities of the worker who is working at the shop floor, all such innovations cannot sustain in the long run. So with that ambition, and I'm sure whatever small efforts we are making, it will also add value to the exciting ambition of Council to reach the export at USD 47 billion in near future. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Zadi. Good insight, and I think this evening that your code is being released in the evening, and I think that will be available to the industry for a lot of benefit on tanning sector, on utilization of waste and other inputs and hand holding for tanning sector by Solidared. With this, we are talking about, we have had a lot of talk, how do we differentiate a product and what is the importance of styling in any product. Style creates demand and style creates and fetches you a price. Styling and designing is the most important aspect of any product, and for this, we will briefly be having it. We have got the Dean from School of Creative Practices, Pearl Academy, Emanuela Maja. You are the Dean, right? Yeah, right.
Thank you so much.
So I'll give it to him to speak a little bit, and then your colleague can also be speaking on the style.
Yeah.
In fact, I'll just be honest with all of you, we have another session after this, and we are already at 4:30. So we will be quite brief, but have some time squeeze for you to be, having a little question answers. So in our presentations will be now minimal, and we'll keep some time for you to be interacting with us. And instead of 1 hour, the next session we'll reduce it to 45 minutes or something like that and make it up.
I will be very brief. We at Pearl Academy adopted artificial intelligence in a foundation level. When I'm in my talks about artificial intelligence with the students, the old methods are being rewritten by a new technology, and this technology is much more influent, it's more emergent, and it's much more accelerated. And this is something that I proved to everyone, and I brought my computer. I can generate several styles and designs in a very short period of time, within 30 seconds to 40 seconds, and this is me increasing that viability. It will propose me with large language models. We are also educating the students on how to train their own data sets and how to pick up this original content without using these controversial language models that have been scraping the internet without authorization just for the purpose of learning. And more and more, this enables less investment within the companies because the computational power is not there. It becomes much more sustainable. If something is broken, normally the computational power is within another company that will supply you immediately another graphic board or the amount of RAM, and we are not anymore confined to a laptop or a workstation. We have accelerated the softwares also for the industry. One of the things that I would like to say about all of these conferences also, it's more the industry comes to us, to the education, to the private education, and even to the governmental education, and talk to us and have open discussions. What are your requirements? What are the machines that you are using? It will improve the people that we are creating, because a country, normally we measure innovation on a country with a National Institute of Industrial Property, where we can register patents, where we can register brands. More brands you have, more patents you have, more innovators you are. So bringing also smart materials and having ChatGPT and AutoGPT for the ones that never used. It's a fulfilled machine that has agents of marketing, sales, makes a proper research, gives you links of everything that it's there, and it's only one individual that will run that. So restructuring also legislation, Tariq codes, it will improve also not only the design, but also the regulations and understanding of the regulation of the country. I have my own startup, and I speak to the students that you should always have a startup with a very minimum investment, low risk and high return. And we were speaking about here losing the race to China, okay? In the sense, why is that happening? They have a very organized drop shipping system all over the world. That it's something that maybe India in the future should be looking for, because me as an entrepreneur, I've been looking for these drop shippings from India, and it doesn't exist, or if it exists, there's a debility. And when we are teaching about design, we talk about branding, we talk about making their own company, making their own e-commerce, understanding what is drop shipping, understanding what are Tariq codes for international, even nice classifications, because many of the students do not understand that under the brand there's a product and there's a classification for that nice that product that it's in. There's in Portugal, I'm Portuguese, we have a simplex, it's called simplex. You can create a company in a couple of minutes within in digital environment. We have also the INPI, that is the National Institute of Industrial Property, that helps the people like me and students to get a brand for $300, maybe 30,000 Indian rupees. The first 5 years you will not pay for any taxes, and then gradually it gives opportunities for people to grow their design, become more sustainable, and I'll not speak too much, but I think the future and this year is a year that is changing many aspects of design and how we make business, especially for the integration of artificial intelligence on Microsoft Copilot, coding, and all the branches of society. And this will improve our lifestyle and also how do we make business internationally, all over the world.
Thank you so much. And yeah, just pass to Mario, but okay, yeah, please carry on. So the industry, in order to become more professional, we are hiring people, and an appeal from this forum to all the 4 institutions like LSSC, Footwear Design and Development, Pearl Academy, from where we are expecting resources. We definitely need them to be high-tech, more industry required. What is the requirement of the industry? And I think in the question answer we'll be expecting the industry's perspective, what they want from your students to be hired and making the industry more professional.
Yeah, correct. So I think something that I've seen, I mean, I've been in India, I'm Italian, I've been in India for about 8 years now. And I see that here the industry develops much more faster than what it took us to arrive wherever we are. Something that we're moving towards too, which is, and these kind of conferences is really allow us to do that, is collaborations. Because I feel, especially at the education system, we are too busy fighting with each other more than collaborating with each other. I think collaboration is one of the key that all the schools, whether it's government or non-government, should start to do in this country. And that will surely enable the students to be more industry ready, whether it's fashion or whether it's any other segment. But at the same time, I think something that all of us should really focus in order for us to reach this 47 billion is start to create courses, because I don't think there is any specialized courses at the moment. I mean, maybe only a few, but introducing courses, for example, on sneakers and things that the youth would like to do it and to wear it, I think that is something very, very important that we should start to think to focusing on.
Thank you so much. And we will come to the next S, which is scale. So who could tell us better? We have got with us Mr. Tausif Mirza, Managing Director, Mirza International, having a large factory of about 28 acres in Greater Noida, employing more than 2,500 people. And who could tell us better importance as to how the scale can take us to this 47 billion? We would like to hear from Mr. Tausif Mirza. How do we really enlarge the scale of the industry and what needs to be done to have a large scale industry and have the benefit of economies of scale? We are all talking about China. Mr. Mirza will share all his experience, widely traveled in manufacturing.
Hello, good evening everyone. I think Mr. Sethi has spoken a bit too much about our situation. But yes, I think this is a very, very important point that we need to address at this juncture, especially when we have set ourselves a target of 47 billion US dollars. And we are, I'm told, at a level of about $18 billion in the next 7 years, which clearly says that, I just made a small calculation, we need a minimum of 15% year-on-year growth, like a CAGR each year. And at the moment, we are happy with 11%, so I don't think, that's going to get us there. And so first of all of us sitting in this room, a lot of industry people, we need to understand that we have to broaden our vision and think of scale and always think of larger factories. Of course, that will require a very large amount of investments often, and that is a risk we need to take. So we as Indians, I have a feeling we are slightly averse to risk, and we try to overcover our risk. So we need to take risks, and we need to make investments, and I'm sure we will get there. Just to give you some example from my experience, the average factory that I saw in China today would be not less than 20,000 pairs a day. And I think in the Indian manufacturing sector, the average footwear factory size would not be more than 2,000 pairs a day capacity. So I think what we need to do is set up very, very large factories, which, doing it with scale always brings itself, economies of scale, and we tend to save more money, and we are able to do certain things about quality that we are not able to do in a small factory. When we have a small factory, we have small orders. When we execute small orders, we have to deliver them on time, and we don't have enough time to perfect any particular article of international standard. That gives us the position of a commanding position with our customer. Today, a lot of large customers, when you talk to them, they want to know what sort of pairage you can supply to them. We can supply to them on an annual basis, and what I have realized from my experience that unless one particular customer, a very large brand that I'm working with at the moment in America, when I met the boss for the first time, the first thing he said to me, Tausif, if you cannot do 2 million pairs for me annually, then don't bother coming to me. So now that's a very important and a shocking statement to hear. On one hand, how to get there. And you can't have just one customer, but you can't put all your eggs in one basket. So in order to do 7,000 pairs a day for one customer, you need to be producing minimum 25,000 pairs a day. And then to support that kind of scale, you need to have a scalable supply chain. You need to have all your vendors, all your raw material suppliers of that scale. I'm sorry, it's a little unfortunate that today if you go to a sole factory and you talk about 100,000 pairs, everybody is willing to do, of course, but there are very few who are able to execute in a span of time. So these are very key questions that we need to ask ourselves, that where all we need to build. And I think the only option, as we know, we are a 145 billion population country and a young population, so there is no stopping us from doing the scale. I mean, okay, we've recently demerged into another company, Red Tape. I have also experience of that. And ever since we've done the scale today, Red Tape is more than 400 shops. They're able to order any one style in one color, minimum 100,000 pairs. And to do that, the only places he finds in the world is he goes to Bangladesh. You know, they don't buy, NFU doesn't buy shoes from India anymore. He says, I'm fed up. If I go to a factory, they want to supply 5,000 pairs and think about it. And I will want minimum 100,000 pairs to begin with. So what do I do? So I need factories, I need places. And then your leverage, your strength with your customer automatically increases if you're at scale, because there are less number of people against you in competition. So the moment you're able to do that, there are many, many advantages of scaling up. And the only thing, not the downside, but only thing is that it's a risk. And you have to be able to take that risk. You have to think of investment, bring the investment, and put the damn money in. And have that vision ke jo hogi dekhi jayegi. Kaam karo. Put the bloody money in and get it going. Unless we have that, energy and have that excitement within us, you cannot do it. And we're talking about exports or domestic market or whatever you do, you have to think of scale. I think that's the most important thing. I don't know if I've missed anything. I tried to make a couple of points. Yeah, so that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you, and very well spoken. Very insight. Really appreciate. So we all understand that the business is driven by a customer, and customer means sales. We've got with us in our distinguished panel, Mr. Mohan, associated with Clarks India, Tata International, traveled all over the world, having a lot of insight on the sales and marketing. Mr. Mohan will give us an insight, how do we really shape up ourselves to be a marketing player? What all is needed to be done? How can we enhance and reach this 47 billion? Without sales, we cannot. Mr. Mohan, just give us some more insight.
Thank you, Mr. Sethi, and good evening to everyone. And thanks for giving me an opportunity to speak on this occasion. And see, when I look at this 47 billion, if you break it into two, 33 billion is domestic market and 14 billion is exports. Domestic market today, it's about 12 billion US dollar, plus or minus 12 billion US dollar. And I've been involved in a couple of researches, couple of vision exercises recently. And everyone anticipates India to grow at a rate of 12 to 14% CAGR on domestic market. That's a kind of researches which they are telling. And what is driving that? The things that are driving it is, number one, we spoke about, Mr. Jalan spoke in a speech about the demographic dividend we have, the young population in this country. And it's also aspirational. And from my experience of running Clarks, many of the brands come into India with a 3-city strategy, many of them. They think the aspirational population lives in Bangalore, Delhi, or Mumbai. So we found in our thing, almost 70% of the sales is coming from Tier 2 and Tier 3. I wouldn't call it as Tier 2 and Tier 3. I would call them as emerging urban centers, rather than degrading them into Tier 2 and Tier 3. So the aspirational population in this country lives in those emerging urban centers. That's one point which I would like to make. The levers, for example. We need to be, the consumer insights tells us, we don't want to be the follower, we want to be a leader. We want something which is introduced, for the international brand perspective, what was introduced in Europe, we want it here in India. We don't want to have something, the old season styles and stuff like that. So the consumer is very, very well aware in India. And that's an advantage which we have got, and we have got a very good opportunity to kind of, enhance that domestic market sales. And we also should understand, 90% of the footwear consumed in the domestic market is non-leather footwear. And while we talk about leather, yes, leather we had an excellent thing. Bulk of my career is spent in leather around the world. But the non-leather footwear, 86% of the global consumption is non-leather footwear. So we cannot ignore that fact. So we need to kind of build an infrastructure which will kind of educate the people about the polymers, about the component industry, about so many things and so on and so forth, which we need to bring in this country if you want to really have that ambition and aspirational vision. Yes, we have created an aspirational vision. But the levers are, number one, the non-leather footwear focus. That should come in so that we create an ecosystem for materials. We don't recently, thanks to CLE, I was invited to speak, Mr. Lika. Thanks to you on that petroleum ministries. This thing is very insightful. India can have all the, the petroleum byproducts which goes into microfiber or a PU or a EVA production. So that kind of an ecosystem which we need to kind of, together we need to come and create that ecosystem. That's one thing which will enable this, that's one enabler. The second enabler is, internationally there are many things changing. Like I've been recently, my new avatar is I'm creating a cluster with Global Major, one of the largest supply chain integrator in the world is coming to India. And we are trying to do a project with a difference. The difference is, we want value addition as an important theme. Value addition as an important theme is there's no point in importing everything and exporting it and having a value addition of 18 to 20%. I don't want to name the people. That means what we are doing, we are trying to do body shopping. That is not good for the country. What we are trying to do is we are trying to create an ecosystem, bringing in the world-class players who produce microfiber, PU, soles and PU materials and adhesives and machine, the three ecosystem, material, mold, machinery, that ecosystem which we are trying to create, that's very, very important for this country if you have to embark on the journey of 47 billion US dollar. Third is, the world market is changing, things are changing. And many of us would have heard about, Mr. Selvam spoke about the speed. Speed to market and speed to fashion is the important buzzword today. We cannot be complacent. We have to be putting in a lot of speed in everything. And someone asked me about the productivity, because of late I have been traveling between China, Vietnam and studying Indonesia and other places. The productivity of Vietnam is 80% of China. And India, I would say 60% of China. So we need to, what is preventing us? Are we not productive? Because it's the enablers, like the ecosystem. And those enablers are not being present, that's why we are not able to be productive. So we need to take cognizance of the fact, like many of the buyers whom I had been speaking, they are talking about proximity markets, like Morocco, Albania, and they are saying after the war is over, Ukraine will emerge as one of the biggest centers for footwear production. These are proximity markets for Europe. And for America is concerned, Dominican Republic of late has become an important source of production because of the NAFTA agreement, what they have. So the buyers around the world are very scared to commit a pipeline of about 6 to 8 months. They want to kind of order closer to the sale. So that's why these proximity markets will become very, very important going forward. So we need to, like Mr. Jalan spoke about the design. That's another thing which is happening. We have been a converter country and we have been a handheld country. Let me explain it a little bit. We have been exporters of raw material, then we graduated into exporters of finished leather, then we graduated into exporters of shoe uppers and then to footwear. So we graduated from various levels and we have been handheld by all our buyers. When I used to travel in the late 80s selling shoes, my statement used to be, give me a last, give me your patents and let me try and make the shoe for you. And I am the cheapest source in the world. That my USP used to be the cheapest source in the world. Today the world has changed. You are supposed to do an analysis about the DNA of the customer and also the fashion. Like because the customer walking into a Marks and Spencer store and the customer walking into a Zara are completely different people. One is a matured customer, other is a young customer. So you need to create products, like Mr. Jalan said, collections we need to build because the customer pays for the value what you create. So if you have been able to understand the DNA of the customer and build products which are not only in vogue and fits into the DNA of the customer, then you have got a fantastic opportunity of selling. So that's what I would like to say. We need to change our mindset. We need to forget about what we did yesterday and reinvent ourselves and evolve into something much different. Because Mr. Selvam said about the China thing, I've been seeing China. I've been traveling into China since '84. My first visit as a 24-year-old boy was to China in '84. And I've been seeing China, and 2000, what they did is they put the emphasis on retail. They turned it in, markets next door was the buzzword. They opened the domestic market and they built up excellent retail in China. Today, China is the largest consumer in the world. They consume about, India is the second largest consumer. We overtook America recently. But we have an opportunity to, if the domestic market, me and Mr. Gupta, Rajkumar Gupta and Naushad, we often debate, if we can convince our market to consume one pair more, we put 1.5 billion pairs in the market. Today, the consumer consumes about, we consume about 2.6 billion. One pair more, look at the job it can create. Look at the environment which we can create, and we all can really, reinvent ourselves. With that, I would like to thank once again to Mr. Motilal Sethi. Sorry, I didn't prepare well.
No, it's fine. Very nicely
Thank you.
spoken. I think very good insight. Let's give it again. So, Mr. Mirza was speaking on the capacity and scale. The backbone of the scale or capacity or industrialization is your supply chain. Indian Footwear Component Association is an apex body in India which is taking care of components and all the innovations on the study of what is required for supply chain management. We have got Mr. Sanjay Gupta, President of IFCOMA, would like to have his insight on supply chain.
Respected friends on the dais and off the dais, good afternoon. I have been asked to talk about the importance of supply chain and role of IFCOMA on the important topic which is relevant to all of us. From the component sector point of view, we are quite upbeat to see that there is an agreement among the industry and excitement to achieve a target of USD 47 billion, which includes domestic sale of USD 33.4 billion and export sale of USD 13.7 billion by 2030 for leather and non-leather sector, including footwear. I must admit here that to achieve the target, the role of IFCOMA and the role of supply chain management will play a major role to streamline the operation and achieve these economics of scale. We wish to emphasize here that our sector components and accessories is expected to contribute about 35% of the above target as per applicable ratio. I wish to update you in IFCOMA with the support of DPIIT and FDDI is under process of conducting a survey on footwear components all over India. The outcome of the survey will provide us an authentic and relevant data about the present market size of this sector, which will help IFCOMA and the entire industry to play a constructive role in streamlining the strategy to develop a forceful model in order to achieve the above mentioned target. I personally feel that India needs minimum of more than 40,000 cottage, micro, small and medium industries of footwear components and accessories. With the support of IDLS, PLI, MSME schemes and the development of leather parks including plug and play facilities, development of new highways and QCU standards will help the existing and new units of components to grow further. Sir, more and more new units and existing modernized units will help to the footwear sector in terms of faster sample production, bulk production, which you are talking about, sir, quality products, timely delivery, inventory management, and most important, competitive pricing. I personally feel that one of the major hurdles of growth of footwear component sector, along with non-effective supplies to the footwear sector in liquidity of liquidity of funds or cash flow, as this is the oxygen on which the industry puffs to survive. The step adopted by Finance Minister Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman in her budget proposal 2030 for covering the micro and small units payment as per section 15 of MSME Act 2006 and under the proviso of amended IT Act 1961 is in the right direction. The applicability of the such action would not only help improve the liquidity in the MSME trade, but the footwear people may also be able to further negotiate with their suppliers on early payment terms. I personally feel that more and more units of components and accessory sector, maybe with joint venture or new units and the new and existing schemes of Government of India, amendment in IT Act 1961 will help shoe manufacturers to get the materials in bulk or in smaller quantity, good quality of material, on time delivery, and most importantly with maximum possibility discount, sir, Mirza sir, which will help them to increase India's 4% world market share and to achieve the target of 47 billion USD, both domestic as well as export by 2030. I am thankful to all our three IAS, Shri Rajiv Thakur, Shri Arun Kumar Sinha, and Shri R. Selvam for recognizing the need of components and accessories manufacturing hub in India. Thanks to Shri Sanjay Likha and Motilal Sethi ji and Northern Regional Committee of CLE for inviting us to share our thoughts. And finally, thanks to LSSC for including the IFCOMA as a part of their committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Sanjay ji. And may I say to the House that we are at 5 o'clock. Our awards presentation is at 6 o'clock. We will go back to back, will not break it. We'll break for tea break at like 5:30, 5:40. The next session is very, very interesting session. We are talking of, our Prime Minister is talking of India at 100. Our Prime Minister is talking of 2047. So we are talking about the youth in the leather industry. And today, as I think Vipin Seth has written to me, today is a World Leather Day. We are going to be starting and taking over and wanting our new generation to be, taking the responsibility of framing to reach these targets, which Prime Minister is talking about, India at 100, because all of you would have got the questionnaires. He is asking for a vision of 2047. So that vision is, I think, to be accomplished in collaboration with the youth, the next generation. And I think the next session which we are talking is globalization of Indian brands and next generation vision. So with this, I think we can give maybe a couple of minutes or 2-3 minutes for a couple of questions if you have, and conclude this, but we'll go back to back right away. And I will want Chairman to be at the end of the next session, summing it up. But I think for a group photograph, I would request Chairman and Vice Chairman to come over, and then we can go to the next session. But before that, if anybody has any question, any particular 1 or 2 questions, le lijiye.
So any questions from anyone? You can raise your hands and we'll try to reach you with the cordless microphone. Anything that you may wish to express?
All right. So with this, we come to the end of this session. Thank you, panelists. Your insights have been very good. May I request Chairman and Vice Chairman, please come for a group photograph. And we move on. Please do not move. We'll go to the next session right after this.
So thank you very much, panelists, for that wonderful panel discussion that we had, and thank you, moderator, for conducting this session well. Ladies and gentlemen, thanking each of our speakers for giving us their time and for sharing the valuable thoughts, ideas, and knowledge with all of us today. So with this, I think this cross-learning will help us grow in life, and maybe we can learn from each other and grow together. So that motivates us to take new heights and move closer to our goals and ambitions. This calls for a picture-perfect moment before we finally conclude this session and move on to the next one, which is going to be session number 3 on globalization of brands of India and vision of next generation 2047. हमारे अगले सेशन में भी कुछ ऐसे नाम हैं जो कि हमारी इंडस्ट्री के स्टॉलवर्ट्स हैं, पायनियर्स हैं, जिनको हम जानते हैं, पहचानते हैं. We look up to those personalities. Ladies and gentlemen, such people will be joining us in the next session. So ladies and gentlemen, without taking any time, we would like to begin with the next session. And as already briefed by Shri Motilal ji, I would once again want to read out the title, The Globalization of Brands of India and Next Generation Roadmap for 2047, Way Forward in Leather and Footwear Sector. This again is going to be moderated by none other than Shri Motilal Sethi, who's already present with us on the dais. We welcome you back here, sir. आपका एक बार फिर से स्वागत है, the Northern Regional Chairman CLE. And with this, please join me in welcoming the panelists on the dais. May I please invite Mr. Harkirat Singh, Managing Director, Woodland. हरकिरत जी का स्वागत कीजिए एक बार जोरदार तालियों के साथ. He is the MD Aero Club, the makers and retailers of Woodland and Woods. He's always been a firm believer of moving along with his team in all his ventures and achieving the aim of making Woodland the premium shoe brand in Southeast Asia. बहुत-बहुत स्वागत. We move on and now we welcome on the dais Mr. V. Naushad, Managing Director, Wakaru International. बहुत जोरदार तालियां Mr. Naushad के लिए. He spearheads all growth initiatives for the group and has been instrumental in taking the organization to its current level of growth. Mr. Naushad has been conferred the Best Entrepreneur Award by the Industries Department, Government of Kerala. He's also been awarded as the Entrepreneur of the Year by TCON, Businessman of the Year 2017 by Dhanam Magazine, Entrepreneur of the Year 2022, and so many other awards in his kitty. We welcome you, Mr. Naushad. Ladies and gentlemen, as we move on, may I please invite on the dais Mr. Varun Kapoor, Director of Capsons, Noida. A very warm welcome to Varun Kapoor, who is the country head and partner at ITPS India, which is the third-party sourcing arm of Polyconcept Group, which caters to support international brands wanting to produce fashion and promotional products around the world. He manages the sourcing requirements of diversified portfolio of customers that include high-end designers working small quantities to mass market retail brands looking for efficiency. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming on the dais Mr. Karan Sethi, Director, Saroj International Leather Fashions from Noida. He's established a retail bags and accessories brand by the name Footwear, doing well in India and abroad. We welcome you, Mr. Karan Sethi. Are you here? Karan, a very warm welcome to you. जोरदार तालियां एक बार हमारे पैनलिस्ट के लिए. आगे बढ़ते हैं और अब मंच पे आमंत्रित करते हैं श्री अभिषेक त्रिपाठी को, who's the lead Fashion Accessories Raymond Apparel Limited. We welcome you, Shri Abhishek Tripathi. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as we welcome each of our panelists on the dais. We would like to welcome Shri Anup Singh Rana, Head of Leather Goods and Accessories Design from FDDI. He is Assistant Professor, School of Fashion Design and Technology, Lovely Professional University, and presently Head of School Leather Goods and Accessories Design Department, FDDI. We welcome on the dais Mr. Ashish Bansal, Country Head Brand Folio Private Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, a very, very warm welcome to you, promoted as Business Head, Country Head for a startup BFL Brand Folio Private Limited to handle complete operations from a position of Head of Product and Merchandising. इसके अलावा Future Group started the operations for Skechers brand in India and under his leadership launched Carlton London in EBO, MBO e-commerce. So with that short brief, I would like to hand it over to the moderator to kindly please take over, sir.
Good afternoon and pleasure having this session. The globalization is a term which I think all of us are understanding, and the world is today, we say world is flat, it's reachable. You don't have to have shops, you don't have to have distribution all over the world. You can reach out the world for selling and marketing your products. So you can globalize, produce for India and produce for the world is a mission, because eventually what we are talking about is how do we increase the manufacturing share of India. And as in the opening remarks it was said, India has to be a factory of the world. So factory of the world has to cater to the domestic and to the overseas market. And with this view and the call by the session has been divided into two parts. The first part is all the panelists are going to speak about how Indian brands can be transferred to the overseas market, with what kind of input and hard work they are doing. And we in India are wanting our brands and our products to be outreach all over the world. If you can see the governmental policy, ODOP, one district, one product, the whole idea is that whatever is the local resource and the local talent of India is available should be converted into a product which should be marketed not only in India but all over the world. Because India has got niche for certain things. Like if today we are talking about Italian shoes, we are still a big admirers of those Italian shoes, and that is a true globalization. They produce for Italy and they produce for the whole world. In our address at the National Award, the Honorable Minister spoke about Kolhapuri chappal being kept in all the hotels. The Kolhapuri chappal can be marketed all over the world. So likewise, in our this distinguished panel, we have got people who are selling woodland. On my left, Mr. Harkirat Singh is a next generation entrepreneur. We have got most of the entrepreneurs, the young ones, who will be talking of the vision also, how do we take this India at 2047, and how globalization can help Indian manufacturing sector to go to the new heights. With this opening remark, I will start with Mr. Harkirat Singh to give us his experience. He is selling in various countries of the world and in India. And what is his experience?
Thank you so much, Sethi Sahab, and thank you for inviting me here. It's a very good platform to share thoughts. Since the topic today is localization, not globalization. So globalization, as I understand, for Woodland, as we do a brand called Woodland, we started in Quebec in Canada, in Russia, doing winter boots, outdoor boots, which we brought the brand in India in early 90s. So we saw the difference between European demands and Indian demands. So we changed ourselves, we changed the product to suit to the Indian customer. India is a big market, but it's a very typical market, so you have to understand it's not a small country. North is cold, south is very warm, east is different. So to understand the country, it took us a lot of time. Now the brand is almost 30 years in the country, so we think we know the country well, but still there are so many things which are happening. So similarly, when we went to other countries other than India, everywhere we went, we had to adapt to those customs, the requirements. So I think it's very important to know what is your strength. In Woodland, we always considered the outdoor boots, outdoor lifestyle, outdoor gear to be our main strength. So we focused on that. And I feel that's very important, because if you know the pulse of your customer, and today it's very important, if we want to sell Indian products overseas, we need to figure out what is our strength. And we can either brand our product or non-brand the product, but we should know that what the product is. From the day one, we were very sure about our product, the quality. So I think that's the mainstay. Of course, marketing does a lot of help, because without marketing, you can't build brands. So whichever way, whether it's digital, because today it's a digital world, you have to see how you can do your digital marketing, how you can do online sales. So things are so fluid, because I'll just share you with the experience when we came into India being a big market, but we didn't know how to do business here. There were no retailers, there was no brands whom we could sell. So we started in a small way, but then we started opening our stores, and that took us quite a while, because opening stores was not easy. And today is a world of online. I think most of our brands are selling online the best, because after post-COVID, online really helped sell the brand. And in a country like India, if you have to go to nook and corners in different parts, you can't open stores in in the smaller towns, and also it's better you can sell through online. So I feel innovation is very important. You should be with the trends. You have to follow what the customer wants. Keep investing in your product, keep investing in the processes, and also keep investing in marketing. So I think those are the key words which I would say helped us, and that they can help everybody for localization. Thank you.
Very good, Harkirat. So what should be the vision for 2047? It's just one liner. What we can expect from the youth of this country, and how they can really take the industry forward?
See, I think for us it's very important, we have taken the brand in a sustainable way. We grow our production, but we see we should not harm the environment, because Woodland being a green brand, we always look for sustainability as a main key. And as today the whole world is talking about sustainability. I think if you have to be global, you have to think sustainable, because the world is talking about, you know, the earth, the environment. So I think that's a very important point we should see.
Thank you so much. So, dear friends, we have got very insight, able and very well-known, very intellectually qualified Managing Director of Wakaru, Mr. Naushad, who has come all the way from China. He actually has flown, but he settles in south of India. He is the president of CIFI, doing a lot of work for the footwear industry. And on the capacity we were talking in the last session, we are very privileged to say, Mr. Tossi was talking about 500,000 pieces. I think his company is today producing 5 lakh pairs per year, or per month, per day, sorry, 5 lakh pairs per day. Let's give him a big hand. 5 lakh pairs per day, selling, producing, marketing. I think his experience will help us a lot in understanding what is the way forward for non-leather footwear, because I would like to share with you, the market is very big. If we see the world average of footwear today, consumer average, it is 2.2 pair per person. India is at 1.1 and America is at 7%. So 7 pairs, we can go up to 7 pairs for different utilities of footwear. And I would like to call upon Mr. Naushad ji to give us his insight on the localization, on the local market, and what we can foresee from the industry.
Thank you, sir, and thanks for inviting CIFI to this program. So when we think about localization, because always we hear about Whirlpool, who has come to India and made a washing machine to wash Indian clothes, and Mac Aloo Tikki and Starbucks filter coffee. We have also seen that even Amazon now, when they are doing regional advertisement. In Tamil Nadu, they are advertising. Namma Amazon le kadakku. So in ye hamara Amazon mein milega. So they are making it regional. They are making it for individual. So we have seen the same in footwear industry also. When Reebok, Nike came in India, they they bought footwear for 5,000 rupees first. So later they came down to 2,000, and now also they are selling a lot of products below 3,500. So if we want to win India, if somebody want to win India, we have to regionalize, we have to Indianize, we have to win the Indian middle class. The same happened because I started my footwear career from Kerala. We were happily doing in Kerala. When we went to Tamil Nadu, we have to make a lot of changes. And even the advertisement, even the communication, everything. And then we moved to other parts of India. Because within India, we can see a lot of India. So we can see, because different brands are strong in different regions. So we should understand the customer, because Mohanji and many of the speakers were telling about customer centricity. See, if you see customer, we will be able to win the customer and we will be able to do good business. If you want to win, last year, 3 years back, we went to, along with CIFI members, we went to USA for Magic Fair. So we have put our stalls in the entrance, and the buyers were coming. But they are not spending time. They are just passing and going to the Chinese team, because the Chinese business people know them earlier, or they have the right product for the customer. So we were little embarrassed. We thought, what should we do? Because everybody told we have to come many times, we have to make connection, etc. So some of the members, we thought we'll go and meet, because the other hall there is a bigger exhibition, and lot of American brands were present, and the retail buyers from US were coming there. So we thought we will go and pitch them, because we have this product, etc. So we could see most of the stalls, the products were high-end products that CIFI members were not able to make. But some stalls we found with slippers, sandals, and the products that what we were making. And we talked to them, And the American salesman told, okay, if you are really interested, you can talk to our boss. So finally he introduced the boss. The boss was a Chinese person. So these Chinese people, the localization, because whatever they do means they went to US and they bought many brands and they are selling the brands. So now, due to geopolitical situation, we felt that Americans want to buy from India than from China. The Trump issue was going on 3-4 years back. So, but when we see the reality, the owners, most of the brands owned by American companies. There are other brands also, but I am telling. So I think we should aim that, because now most, the earlier speaker told, most of the Indian manufacturers are serving the footwear industry. If the Indian footwear industry want to lead the industry, we should create brands. And I think Tawsif yourself and a lot of the people are created the brand. I think more people should create brand and we should lead the footwear industry. Then only India will be able to grow further. That's all, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Naushad. Thank you so much. Great insight. I think creating a brand, marketing a brand, creating a niche for a particular product, the world has got a huge scope. And today you don't need a shop to sell abroad. Online, as Harkirat said, I think it's a 50. What is our Woodlands share on online versus brick and mortar?
See, actually, pre-COVID, we were almost 10 to 12% online business. But during COVID, because all the stores were closed, so online really grew up. And I think today online has become parallel to retail. So it's almost about 30% of our business, which is sustaining. It's not that post-COVID it's changing, because somebody gets into a habit of buying online, he will never go back to going to a crowded market or parking problems and all. So it's a very easy way to sell the products.
Thank you, Harkirat. We have got, I can understand the leather, non-leather products are all being sold with the textiles and with all the clothing. We have got with us fashion accessories team leader, Abhishek Tripathi from Raymond's Apparel Limited. Would you like to give an insight from here? Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. So, hope I'm audible. Raymond, as you can see, been a wonderful 1 year with Raymond now. Also my first year in domestic retail market. Previously been into all exports for the last 13 years, working for some of the good brands, biggest groups like Randa, Filofax, and handling brands like Coach and Kate Spade, a lot of international names. So, been an interesting journey with Raymond, and Raymond, as you know, it's a century old group. I mean, 96, 97 years old group, and a very household and trustworthy name in India. So, talking about leather goods and accessories and footwear, we did footwear a few years back. At present, we are not doing, but our presence as of now is belts, wallets, and SLGs, handbags. The brands which we have is Park Avenue, Raymond Ready to Wear, Color Plus, and Parks. So, coming back to the main topic for the evening, globalization. So, this simply refers to business practices which keep both global and local demands in consideration. So, it is basically a concept of bridging the gap, and I would say Mr. Mohan, and Mohan is not here as of now, but he did cover most of the points and he did mention some of the very interesting facts. So, I'll take you all to some of the points. We have been talking about sustainability a lot since few years now, but yes, sustainability is important and we should continue with it. But for Indian domestic market, we have seemed to miss the really important part. So with sustainability, yes, we are preserving the nature, I agree. But what about preserving humans? Of course, I believe we come first because humans and natures, they should go hand in hand. That is exactly what has been the strategy globally if you talk about the global brands and international markets. First, they brought in product safety, and I believe product safety in this category is missing in India. We do have food safety, security and regulatory authority of SSAI. It was founded in end of 2008. Of course, it was also very late. We should have founded an organization of that importance much before. But at the same time, there is a need that we do have an organization or something which protects us as humans, because if you talk about Indian domestic market, most of it is unorganized and businesses unaccounted for. Still, majority of the buying or consumption is non-branded or knockoff goods made out of worst possible materials, and they're simply giving you diseases as bad as cancers. So there is this part we really need to look into is product safety before we just talk about sustainability. If we talk about Indian domestic market, and a lot of brands are already doing it. For example, international brands coming to India, they are continuing with their practices, what they do in their own country, they do in India as well. Example, IKEA. All the products they have here, they are in compliance with their global requirements, and they are selling the same products here. But we as Indian domestic retailers need to look into this very seriously. So sustainability we have been discussing, that's the second strategy according to me. After saving us humans, I believe yes, parallelly we should be preserving nature as well. So what's in future? So as Mr. N. Mohan rightly said that 85% of the footwear consumption globally is of non-leather materials. So as long as we just keep on talking about leather, yes, leather as a raw material, leather as an industry to export the raw material or finished leather, it is good. But can we sustain on that from the commercial point of view? I don't think so. We need to think in a perspective that it's just not leather, it's leather plus. And when I say plus, there are a lot of materials. It can be non-leather materials, we simply call it vegan leather. Of course it is. I do not agree with the term vegan leather. It is non-leather material, simply non-leather, PU or PVC, or combination of both. Then we have different kind of fabrics, polyesters, a lot of different materials, a lot of innovation coming. But is any of this innovation coming from India? No. So recently I read a news somewhere that some of the top 6 global manufacturers, they are planning on to set up their manufacturing facilities in India, Tamil Nadu, if I'm not wrong. And yes, we will be producing those footwears, those products for those groups. But again, what are we doing? We are just doing the job work part. Where is the material coming from? Most of it is not coming from India. So I strongly believe there is a requirement where Mr. Mirza, as he expressed on the scalability point of view. So it is really important that our industry comes together and invest on the raw material part as well. Of course, I can't say that anyone should take this risk because it's really risky. competing with the Chinese market, because most of the time we try to do something of that kind, we end up being expensive manufacturing materials in India than simply importing and re-exporting after making the product. So R&D in this sector is really important, and that is where institutions do come in, and it is, I believe, time when institutions like FDDI, CLRI, organizations like CLE, they tie up with some research labs, maybe universities, and develop programs and specialization programs where we can actually study and create and our own raw materials, develop the mechanism, machinery, tools, whatever is required, that we can be competitive enough in terms of raw materials. Because as long as we keep on importing raw materials, we are actually giving up half of the money. Because as long as it is leather, yes, we do produce a lot of our leather. If it's a non-leather material in a footwear, I think half of the cost is raw material. So we are giving up half of the money to other countries by just simply importing the materials. So if someone asks what's in future for India 2047, I think there are a lot of question marks which needs to be answered before we can actually say clearly where we will be in 2047. Because is it just the leather market or leather footwear market or leather goods market material wise? Then yes, we may have some answer. But if we talk about the industry in broader spectrum, we need to answer a lot of questions before we do that. So what more to do? I think firstly we really need to identify what our domestic market is, because exports, of course, we have all the numbers, we have all the statistics data. But what about domestic market? Consumption is continuously increasing. I mean, it's a huge business which we are doing domestically, both regulated, unregulated. So we need to include each and every single data. Data needs to be gathered, data needs to be processed, managed. So we need to include each and every type of business related to this industry. That could be someone making rubber slippers out of EVA sheets in a very cottage-like, a very small setup. We need to include everything, because that is also being consumed somewhere. Again, we need to record this data, organize this data, filter out, and then only we'll be able to see how can we process and what is required. Regulate, as I mentioned, we need regulations for Indian market, because we should not be selling dangerous things. That's, I strongly believe, and that the core strategy which I at Raymond have been following, and having spent over 13 years in exports market, there were few things which were nearly impossible for me to accept, and I did bring in those changes. And Raymond's accessories business grew over 70% last 1 year. So of course, if you are able to clearly communicate to the market what are the positive things you're bringing in, they accept it. So yes, we have to drive sustainability. We should not be compromising on that part. Let it be there continuously. And we need to move beyond just leather as a material. We need to open-heartedly accept other materials, and we also need to invest in research and development of those materials, as said previously. Because see, leather parts, whenever Europe asked us, we need REACH compliances, we were at par and we were on time. We said yes, we will produce and we will comply to the regulations. US asked, we need California Proposition 65 compliance. We said yes, we will. They asked for chrome-free leather. We did that. So industry has done its part wonderfully, no doubt about that. But there is still a lot more to do. Now, local raw. So this is again the part which is getting converted and consumed into domestic market, that needs to be again brought into we need to, of course, regulate that part. And technology, blockchain, one word, of course, everybody understands that. So that is another part, to trace, track, and keep record of each and everything. That is how we can actually regulate, control, and do about it. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. So let's hear now. Thank you, Abhishek. Good insight on the retailers getting into footwear, accessories. Let's hear the next generation youth. Let's hear Varun Kapoor, very experienced, taking care of buying operations, having a buying house, have been involved into the manufacturing, leather garments, and we would like to have an insight where the industry is going forward. You want to speak here from here only?
Sure. I'll speak from here. Thank you, Mr. Sethi, for the kind introduction. I would like to thank the CLE for including the future generations in the conversation about what is needed to achieve an ambitious goal for 2047, which I believe should be being the #1 destination for sourcing leather products. I believe that India has the potential to be the #1 sourcing destination for leather products due to its large leather raw material base and the large labor resource available to it. So I see no reason why we shouldn't be the #1 destination when thinking about leather products. When we talk about globalization, globalization, very simply put, is being locally relevant while living in a global economy. The perfect way to think about it in footwear terms is to recognize that a shoe manufactured in India today can be designed to be made from an Indian hide, a Spanish heel, Chinese metal trimmings, and let's say German glues, all coming together to create a world-class shoe and a great product. However, the reality of business today is that despite putting together a world-class product, simply creating that, if a brand doesn't consider local tastes and trends, the opportunity to succeed to monetize a world-class product will be lost. Therefore, it's equally important for businesses to understand local needs, tastes, and trends to succeed. This means that businesses need to understand and create product lines that are considerate to local tastes and needs. The Inditex group, the largest fashion retail group in the world, understands that. The products that they carry in each of their stores varies dependent on the location where they're placed. Similarly, if you look at, this is not just related to the fashion industry, it also relates to almost all industries that we think of. If we look at McDonald's, McDonald's creates a local menu for India, and a good way to think about it is, we have a McAloo Tikki burger here. If we had a McAloo Tikki burger in Japan, it wouldn't sell. I don't think it would do that great. So we need to think about local tastes, and to succeed in this new environment, it's important to understand that localization is more relevant than globalization. So it's not just good enough to have a great product, you have to understand your market. I think if, as an industry, we understand this, this focus on understanding the markets that we are working in, there is no reason why, given our resources, we should be able to succeed being the #1 player when thinking of leather sourcing. As per me, the first step to create an environment where made in India is synonymous with the characteristics that are key components for success in a globalization-based world, for me, these characteristics must include reliability, flexibility, transparency, and efficiency. I believe these are 4 essential ingredients for success in a global business environment, and these should be the basis for road mapping a vision for 2047. It is important for all of us to recognize that the world of fashion has changed, and I think it was touched upon by quite a few panelists today, and it's dramatically different from what it used to be. I believe understanding the shifts can prepare India to be an even more significant player for the world's leather sourcing needs. It's important to recognize that brands in fashion today are able to cater to niche customer tastes by appealing and connecting with them in new ways. The emergence of e-commerce, which we are constantly discussing, and the reduction in the power of brick and mortar has given access to many upcoming new players who are penetrating market share from established brick and mortar players, as the cost of access to potential customers has reduced significantly for upcoming brands. These emerging brands don't necessarily have strong internal teams and must count on the expertise of their supply chain, and reliability holds a significant value in their sourcing decision. Unfortunately, globally, brands still consider India to be lower on reliability in terms of delivery and quality compared to other sourcing destinations. And it should be a priority to change this image to this new category of market players where reliability is an extremely important characteristic for decision making. We as a country need to create an environment of offering a reliable support system to these niche young businesses as they penetrate traditional players. Further, the recent acceleration with respect to the comfort of buying online, as we discussed, along with the growth in big data, has allowed for niche tastes and preferences to become a factor in buying decisions. Today, even more established players need to have a wider portfolio of products and be able to offer lower MOQs for markets to be tested. And so flexibility is also an important value as people choose their sourcing destination. And I think it is essential to create production lines that can be reactive to success stories by offering aggressive lead times. As it was mentioned in the earlier panel discussion, you know, the days of 90 days and 120 days lead times are long gone. People are looking for reactive, fast solutions. And we need to consider that as we create our vision for 2047. Already, despite considerable price differences, many of our European brands prefer to source the products that they were buying in India pre-COVID locally in Europe today, where they have very short lead times and low MOQs. I believe it's important to recognize this changed environment, and there is an immediate need to create a structure that supports this. I think the other really important category that we need to address as we target ourselves to be the #1 sourcing destination for leather is transparency. Transparency is something that's not going away, and future generations are concerned about the impact of the choices that they make. And it's something that we have to consider relevant as we want them to choose us as a sourcing destination. And lastly, of course, we can never ignore efficiency. It's very important to compete in a global market that we are considerate of technology and processes that are the best practices in the world, as without efficiency, it's very hard to compete in the global market that we are in. I do believe that if we can create a game plan based on these 4 essential ingredients, there is no reason why we shouldn't be the #1 destination for at least leather products, given our large raw material base and huge labor population.
Very encouraging to hear. Give him a big hand. When youngsters are talking 2047, a big vision, we are counting on them because we have got the experience and they have got a future vision to take the industry forward. We are at the northern region, I already explained to all of you, a young leaders club of leather industry. is being declared, where I think the youngsters are supposed to be meeting every 3 months to be discussing amongst them how do they take and help us in taking the shaping of this 47 billion, because it's not an easy target, and without collaboration with youngsters we cannot take it forward. With this, I would like to call upon Karan Sethi. It's very good that we are talking about different governmental incentives, Startup India, Stand Up India, but when they join the generational business, their own business, they also have the similar opportunities of being a startup new venture into their own company. And he started off, apart from doing the exports, a brand called Classicwear. I would just like to have little insight, a brief insight as to what he made it and how he's making local brand into a global brand.
So thank you so much for having me here. First of all, to be sharing the dice with such experienced industry professionals and entrepreneurs. So we have just started a new brand just a year back, and we're still getting into the market. But everything here, all the panelists have been talking a lot about how to reach the target of 47 billion and how to increase the productions in all our leather industry lines and in our factories. So I think a lot has been spoken about, like, the 7S and the scale developments and everything. But I think there's a lot to be done about the Indian market, and there's a big void in this Indian market that is yet to be captured in a very major way. And which market is like the affordable luxury segment, which I really believe that is a segment that is still quite uncaptured. And if all the people, like all the Indian leather industry people, would like to try to enter into that market in some way or the other, I'm sure that will also add on to the targets of our 47 billion. So saying that, like, when I say affordable and when I say luxury, I believe that luxury, when you use the word leather, I feel leather is like an epitome of a luxury product. Like when you use leather as a raw material for your handbags, for your wallets, or as a matter of fact, any fashion accessory that comes down the way. So if you use that kind of a product and you use your strengths and the intrinsic Indian workmanship on your product, I'm definitely sure that we can come out with a very good luxury product. And if we are having the expertise of making productions for different brands for so many years, if we use that expertise in terms of efficiency and quality and pricing, we can definitely get a good affordable luxury segment catering to, like, we can obviously cater to a good affordable segment of the market, affordable luxury segment of the market. Also, another thing I'll just add to that affordability is not only about the product and the efficiency, but also, like, a lot of sales channels have revolutionized in the last 4 or 5 years, or I'll just say a decade, and especially after COVID, wherein the online sales have really taking a big important roles in the sales channels today. Like, as Mr. Harkiriyat mentioned, that now he's been doing 30% of his sales online. But for emerging brands like us with no brick and mortar stores, our revenue pricing model shall be working in a much different way as compared to these traditional brands, how they have been running their shows. So that will also be, taking care of the affordability part, and where we will be able to offer a better product at a much better price. And this segment, which I really believe in India is a growing segment in the leather Indian retail industry, in the handbag industry. And in the times to come, I'm sure that many players from in India and from overseas will try to be entering into this and will eventually contribute to the target of 47 billion. Thank you.
Thank you, Karan. So, very nice insight, and I think we can take the industry forward with the kind of insight that youth is there. Youth, you are the future of the industry. We are all counting on you. Now, I call upon Mr. Ashish Bansal, Country Head, Brand Folio Private Limited, and part of the apparel group from Dubai.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to give my warm regards to everyone who is present here. And I thank you, CLE, for inviting me to share my views on the topic. So, the topic is globalization of Indian brands. So, how I understand, basically, it is an infusion of globalization and localization. Rather, I would say that more than globalization, localization is a better word because everybody wants to do globalization. But the most important thing is that you need to understand that country or territory, wherever you go, what are the norms, what are the demographic, psychographic, regional religions, then only you can penetrate. I go to a lot of trade fairs, I have been talking to a lot of brands, because we as a company take a lot of international brands and bring here in India and Middle East and Africa also. So a lot of international brands think that it is very easy that if they are successful maybe in a European market with the formula, the same formula can be applied here in India also. It is not at all easy because the more people understand that coming to Mumbai or Bangalore or Delhi and seeing the market, they can grab the market. It is not the market because as we all know, 90% of our market is urban, rural market. Rural and 10% is only urban market. So it is very, very important to get into the depths. When we talk about brands, how Indian brands can go to the global market, definitely the leather sector is very, very good. It is #1 market. Already we are exporting to best of the brands in the world. What I personally feel or suggest is that the easy way, like the Indian brands like Woodland is already global, and Red Tape is also already global, High Design is already global, and other brands, if they want to go global, the best, easiest way to go online, to go global is through online. So Amazon is giving a lot of platform where you can take warehouses within Amazon. If you want to sell in US, you can take a space in Amazon warehouse and sitting here, you can manage business there. So it is very, very easy, easy to do. The other important point about revolution, what we want to do in 2047, the most important things, because I've been seeing all over the world, everybody is focusing on sustainability. That is the most important aspect, that you have to be sustainable, recyclable, and ethically right you have to do. All the global brand, whether it is the footwear industry, whether it is automobile also. I went to, I was in Munich, I went to BMW Expo. There I saw they are also focusing how to create sustainable parts. So that is very, very important. And the most important thing is technology. Technology is a very pivotal part in whatever processes we do, whatever manufacturing processes, warehouses we set up. Technology is the most important. I've seen so many warehouses abroad where everything is being managed by artificial intelligence. Robots are picking. As soon as if somebody is ordering online, straight away the order goes to the warehouse and it gets picked. So that is the most important point. So I feel I've seen the sports market also here in India after COVID especially, because previously we used to import a lot of product, but now a lot of good manufacturing has already started here in India in terms of sports, like knitted upper, better Phylon soles. So India is already on the road path. Already we are in the process. So in terms of that brands also, if has to be sold outside, there are a lot of countries like Middle East you talk about, South Africa you talk about. So the market is already there through distribution. So I'm very positive that the Indians are doing good, but definitely we are not at, in terms of leather we are good, but in terms of non-leather we are not at par with China, which we should do more faster in terms of product development and all. So I would like to thank you and stop here myself. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ashish. So we'll have Mr. Anup Rana. Thank you so much. Anup, very briefly, and then Chairman will conclude the session after this, and then we have to break for the next. We're running very, very short of time now.
Okay, namaskar to everyone. The vision of generation next targeting 2047 is very crucial aspect of our discussion today. As we approach the centenary of the Indian independence, we must look at the future of set ambitious goals. The next generation will play a significant role in shaping future of Indian leather industry. We need to ensure that they are adequately trained and equipped with the skills and knowledge required to take the industry to greater heights. So next generation will have a significant impact on the Indian leather industry on the following aspects: sustainability, because new generation is, they are very conscious about sustainability. The new consumers they are very conscious of sustainability. They know, they want the story. They don't want the story with the product. From there, that product is come from, and how the value chain we had included. Second is the technology. This includes the interchanging technologies such as artificial intelligence, big data, Internet of the Things, to improve the product efficiency, reduce costs, enhance productivity. So again, this is a new generation's vision to take the leather industry to a different height. With advanced technology, it has become easier to connect with people from different parts of the world, exchange ideas, collaborate on the projects, embrace the diversity. This can lead to embrace a new culture trends, products, services that are influenced by global as well as the local factors. Innovations, it demands innovations in the product they use. This includes developing a new products. So here we're not talking about leather product, leather bags or leather garment. Here we're talking about experimenting a leather into new product profiles, into the medicals, into the special needs, and exploring a new market. Next aspect is the globalization. This means that Indian leather industry will need to be competitive on the global scale and offer products that meet the need of the global audience. As my friend has said, like we have to work on the material from the local. Maximum of the costing is exhausted in the costing, in the material cost. And last is the social responsibilities. The leather industry will need to prioritize social responsibility and ensure that they are contributing positively to the communities they are operating. So here we have challenges and opportunities. The challenges are increasing pressure to adopt a sustainable and ethical practices. This is a challenge for our entrepreneurial export houses for to meet the target of 2047. Increased competition from the brands that are prioritize sustainability and ethics. Then obviously our Indian people has to be gear up on these aspects. Cost of implementing sustainable and ethical practices. So these are the challenges. And when we talk about the opportunities, increased demand of sustainable and ethical source leather product is there in the market. People are there, buyers are there in the market, but we need to see and we have to gear up. Potential for differentiation from the competitors. So these are the opportunities. Access to new market that prioritize sustainability and ethics. To overcome these challenges and take advantages of these opportunities, Indian leather brands will need to focus on adopting sustainable and ethical practices throughout their supply chain, which is very much lacking in our leather industry. This could include using sustainable materials, reducing water and energy consumptions, implementing waste management programs, and ensuring fair labor practices. So as we move forward, I urge all stakeholders to work together to achieve our vision of globalization and the success of Indian leather industry. We must create a collaborative ecosystem that fosters innovation and creativity, encourage entrepreneurship and investments, and support the growth of development and of small and medium-sized businesses. In conclusion, I would like to reiterate that globalization is the key to Indian leather industry's sustained growth and success, with a focus on innovation, sustainability, and collaboration. When we talk about the collaboration, I will reiterate, FDDI having 7 COE centers operational, and we invite all the industry people to join our hands, collaborate with FDDI, and we'll do all kind of R&D to you. So what are the design, as we had discussed, we have issues with the design studio, industry don't have that kind of capacity in their factories. So we have everything for you. We have a latest infrastructure. DPIIT has opened their doors to the new technology. So we again urge and request all the industry to please come and collaborate with FDDI. We having 7 COE Center of Excellence in a different leather, non-leather footwears, leather garments, leather goods, fashion garments, and jointly we'll do, definitely we will achieve this target of government reaching the US $47 trillion by 2030. Thank you.
Thank you, Anoopji. And thank you all the panelists. We have had a very brainstorming session, and perhaps we are running a little short of time, so we can't have a question answering at this level. And with this, may I request Mr. Sanjay Likha, Chairman, Council for Leather Export, to give his concluding address. And after his address, we will just break for tea, and the award presentation will start thereafter. Like in 30 minutes time, we will be starting the awards presentation.
Good evening. I think we started with the good morning and the good afternoon, and we are on the good evening now. So I think the last 3 hours has been extremely interesting and enlightening because we have seen a lot of new thoughts coming out. And one thing I'm absolutely happy about is the fact that there seems to be a unanimity on the fact that 2040, by 2030, the attaining $47 billion looks achievable. And I'm also glad to see that the younger generation is here because I think we now only have to provide the vision, and the youngsters have to take this forward and make things happen. There was a reference to the institutions that we have, and we have extremely good institutions. We have the FDDI, the NEFT, the NID, CFTI. And I was in a meeting convened by our Commerce Minister, a few months back, where he brought out the thought that institutions like FDDI, NEFT, and NID, which all belong to some part of the government, need to collaborate. They need to start sharing resources and working in a manner where we are able to utilize all the resources that are available. I think that is the kind of thought process that we need to have. And, and I'm sure that if that is there, there is adequate availability of resource, adequate availability of educational system, which can help us in ensuring that the manpower that we need, the skilled workforce that is required, can all be brought in into the industry and help us in attaining our targets. Another major point that came up, I think Mr. Sanjay Gupta mentioned that, which is the creation of an ecosystem which is required. And I think for that, we all need to work towards that and ensure that our component sector, and I tend to repeat myself on this every time, but our component sector needs to get stronger, and that is the only way that the industry will be able to get stronger. So for that, I think everybody who is here from the component sector, I call upon you to take this forward to ensure that we are able to go to the next level and give us the world-class components that we require so that our dependence on imports needs to go away. I can see Willem Textiles here, and I can also see the fact that you already make world-class product, but every single part of the industry needs to start doing that so that we are able to utilize them and make a finished product for which our dependence should stop on imports. The confidence that I think almost every member of both the panels expressed in the Indian story is extremely encouraging. It shows that we are all convinced that we are now headed, our trajectory is not going anywhere but upwards. And if that is so, I think this is the time for us to take full advantage of that and create an industry that is world-class, an industry that can cater to every single brand in the world. And of course, build the brands that locally that we have all been talking of. I was quite impressed by Mr. Naushad, when he said that more and more Indian brands should come in. I mean, he is calling for competition, but that is the approach. I think that needs to be the approach, that there is enough for everybody. I think there's, if we invest on creating brands, I am sure that we will, we have success stories here. We have Harkirat, who, we have Harkirat, we have VKC, Mr. Naushad, Tausif was here earlier. So there is plenty that can be done. And then it was also very encouraging to hear Varun, from the younger generation. And, Varun, the example you took of McDonald's and the Aloo Tikki burger, it's just so happened that only 3 days back, I was talking to a cousin of mine who is here from Canada. And, he says that there's a lot of, I think it's been on the news too, but a lot of Indian community has been pushing McDonald's in Canada to start the Aloo Tikki burger and the Indian menu in certain parts of Canada. And I think they have accepted that, and they are now doing it on a trial basis in a couple of stores or a couple of restaurants. So it is interesting. I mean, it's it only shows that there is a potential for everybody and everything. So I think it has been an extremely positive afternoon, and I look forward to having more of these events because I think when we talk to each other, when we listen to each other, we always will get something interesting, some thoughts, some ideas, which can get us moving and thinking and, and doing something differently. And if we do something differently, I'm sure we'll find something useful out of that. So all the best to everybody, and thank you very much for being a part of this panel discussion, all the 3 panel discussions today. And, we'll look forward to taking the industry forward together. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lekha. Let's have the group photograph with all the panelists.
A group picture, and also we have tokens of appreciation, mementos for our esteemed speakers today who've joined us here in the session. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we would have a big round of applause for this wonderful panel here. And with this, may I please request our chairman, sir, to kindly please present mementos to our esteemed speakers, our illustrious panelists, beginning with Shri Harkirat Singh Ji, the MD of Woodland. So let us present a citation, a token of respect for sparing time out of your very busy schedules, Shri Harkirat Singh Ji. Thank you very much for joining us here. Zordar taaliyan Harkirat Ji ke liye. We would like to thank Shri V. Naushad, MD of Wakaru International. Thank you very much for joining us here. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. बहुत बहुत एक बार फिर से अभिनंदन. Shri Karan Sethi. So thank you very much for joining us here, Karan, and for sharing your thoughts with us today. Shri Varun Kapoor, Director Capsules. Thank you very much, Varun, for being here with us and joining us in this panel and sharing your views, thoughts with us. Thank you very much. Shri Ashish Bansal, Country Head Brand Folio Private Limited. Thank you very much, Ashish, for being here with us today. We're absolutely delighted at your presence. Shri Abhishek Tripathi, Lead Fashion Accessories Raymond Apparel. Thank you, Abhishek, for being here with us. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together. And last but not the least, Shri Anup Singh Rana, Head of Leather Goods and Accessories Design, FDDI. लेडीज़ एंड जेंटलमैन, इसके बाद एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट सेगमेंट है जहां पर हम अवार्ड्स करने वाले हैं. कुछ बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट हमारी जो गतिविधियां हैं वो शुरू होंगी, लेकिन उसके लिए हमें स्टेज भी सेटअप करना है एंड वी ऑल हैव टू कम बैक रिफ्रेश्ड. सो लेट अस ब्रेक फॉर टी फॉर अबाउट 15 minutes and then we come back for a very, very important segment for which all of us have been waiting for, the awards presentation and the other things, those will follow. So we have a little break of 15 minutes and we shall be back refreshed, all prepared for the final session of the day, which will then be followed by the dinner and the networking. Thank you very much. Regional Export Awards presentation. Requesting everyone to kindly please take your seats. जितने लोगों ने भी अपनी चाय पी ली है, कॉफ़ी पी ली है, प्लीज़ आ जाएं, लौटकर वापस अपने अपनी कुर्सियों पर बैठ जाएं. You can also please get along your tea and coffee so that we can save time and we can be very much as per our schedule. So we do not mind you getting your tea and coffee cups and sitting here in front and being a part of the final session. Requesting everyone to kindly please be seated. Requesting everyone to kindly please be seated. We're about to begin with the awards presentation segment, and this segment will also have a lot of other activities, a lot of important aspects that we are going to touch. And I'm sure it's going to be a very, very wonderful, informative and learning experience of a few things which will come our way, which will keep us more informed than before. So for that we need much more time than we are getting here. Requesting everyone to kindly cooperate and be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, please quickly come back and take your seats. We're waiting for everybody. अगले 2 से 3 मिनट में हम शुरू करने वाले हैं. सबसे रिक्वेस्ट है प्लीज बैठ जाएं. जो लोग पीछे की तरफ खड़े हैं, सबसे निवेदन है कि अपनी अपनी जगह पर आकर आप बैठ जाएं. May we please humbly request each of our delegates who are present here today to kindly be seated as we are all set to present to you the final segment, the final session for the day. Ladies and gentlemen, requesting everyone to please be seated. All right, we're beginning with this session. Nivedan ki sabse bete music. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back after that little break that all of us enjoyed. सभी का एक बार फिर से बहुत-बहुत स्वागत है. A very, very warm welcome to each of our guests present here today on behalf of Council for Leather Exports, to Leather Accessories, Footwear Conclave and Awards of North India. Ladies and gentlemen, we are beginning with this segment, and for this, may I please begin by inviting our chief guest. May I please request Shri Sunil Sethi to join us on the dais. एक बार जोरदार तालियां सुनील जी के लिए, Chairman Fashion Design Council of India. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Shri Sunil Sethi, Chairman Fashion Design Council of India. May I also please invite on the dais our guest of honor, Dr. Vijay Mehta, Honorary Consul General of Republic of Romania and member National Executive of BJP Foreign Affairs. एक बार जोरदार तालियां Dr. Vijay Mehta के लिए. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming on the dais Miss Delphine, who's Senior Representative of European Union Office in India. We welcome Miss Delphine on the dais, please. Please put your hands together for Delphine. May I please invite Shri Sanjay Likha, Chairman CLE, to please grace us with your presence on the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome Shri Motilal Sethi, Northern Regional Chairman CLE. Welcome back, sir. May I please request the presence of Shri R. Selvam, ED CLE, to please join us back on the dais. Shri Arun Kumar Sinha, MD FDDI, a very warm welcome to you, sir. Shri Subir Kumar Das, GM ECGC, to kindly please join us on the dais. And Shri Subhash Kapoor, President CFLI and Leather Garment Panel Convener for CLE. एक बार सभी के लिए जोरदार तालियां. Ladies and gentlemen, for this illustrious panel, a big round of applause as we welcome their presence on the dais. बहुत-बहुत अभिनंदन, बहुत-बहुत स्वागत. This is the final segment which we have begun, and thank you for giving us your valuable time and being a part of this program. Dear friends, we are hard-pressed for time, and in the interest of time, we quickly move on and begin this session. May I please request Shri Motilal Sethi, Northern Regional Chairman CLE, to kindly please present his welcome remarks, post which we'll take this forward. Welcoming Shri Motilal Sethi.
Good evening. Honorable VIPs on the dais, my friend Mr. Sunil Sethi, Chairman FDCI. We are very privileged that he has spared his time to be here and conferring the awards to all of you today. Mr. Vijay Mehta, Honorary Consul General for Romania. Mr. Sanjay Likha, Chairman Council for Leather Exports. Mr. Arun Kumar Sinha, IAS Managing Director, Footwear Design and Development Institute. Miss Delphi from Solid Red, who are one of the lead sponsors and partners in this today's program. Very much thankful to you for all your cooperation. And Mr. R. Selvam, Executive Director, Council for Leather Exports. Mr. Subhash Kapoor, former Vice Chairman and President CFLI, supported a lot to make this event successful and viable. And the gentleman from ECGC, we are very indebted for the Northern region to confer and recognize your talent. And we are really proud of you. And we really welcome you and hail this occasion. And we really celebrate and enjoy this occasion that you have excelled despite global uncertainties, despite so many odds. The chairman has declared this morning's session that leather industry has done 11% growth. Let's give a big hand to all of you. 11% growth despite adversities, despite Ukraine war, despite so many odds. I think all of you are really true entrepreneurs, and we are really feeling so proud to be seeing you all today receiving the award. Friends, leather industry has got so many challenges. We have had this Earlier we used to have a simple award ceremony. I am very glad to inform you a few announcements today. We have had the DGFT, who has created, the Director General of Foreign Trade, who has created a policy where he said that the policy this year has been so user-friendly that if industry needs a little bit of cooperation, it can be amended. So, dear friends, we are running a little short of time because of the elaborated sessions. We have today in the session, one of the sessions, involved the youth of leather industry, which is the next generation of leather industry, because as Modi ji is talking about giving us the insights for 2047, India at 100, we have at the northern region created Young Leaders Club of Northern Region, which is going to be meeting once in a quarter so that the wishes of the government and wishes of the seniors like us have to be carried forward in collaboration with the young generation. So with these words, I congratulate all of you again, and we are really proud of you. The northern region has to do 1.5 billion by next year, and your support is required. Thank you so much, and congratulations once again.
Thank you very much, sir, for letting us know that important pieces of information, and this will surely give us more takeaways from today. Ladies and gentlemen, after listening to the Northern Regional Chairman, may I now take the opportunity of requesting and inviting the address by Shri Sanjay Likha, Chairman CLE. Please put your hands together for Shri Sanjay Likha, please.
Good evening, and thank you for being here, everybody, today. Mr. Sunil Sethi, we are thankful to you, sir, for being here and, to hand over the awards. Mr. Vijay Mehta, Ms. Delphine, Arun Sinha ji, Mr. Subir from ECGC, Subhash ji from CFLI today, and Moti from the northern region, and all my friends from the industry, the various stakeholders of the leather and footwear industry. I'm extremely delighted to be here today to be, to honor the award winners of the northern region. The northern region accounts for a substantial part of the country's exports, and in fact, as Mr. Sethi just mentioned, that we should be doing at least 1.5 billion from the northern region. I think it needs to be higher than that, because our share today is about, if I recall right, is about almost 25% of the country's exports, and this is something that needs to go up, and we have the potential here to take this higher and the numbers to be made much bigger. I think it needs to be appreciated that all the export winners here today have worked in a very difficult time, since these are awards for the financial year which ended in March 22. That was a year when we were still going through all the challenges of COVID and just post-COVID, and the war had just started in Europe, and things were still a little difficult at that time. But despite that, I think the industry has done well, and people have done good growth. And as I say every time that I'm here, I look forward to seeing all the people who receive awards today. I look forward to seeing them back here again next year, but getting awards for the next higher category. So I think we all have to keep working hard and ensure that we come back and strive to get recognition here. The awards basically work towards providing encouragement to all our members, and for that I think that needs to be appreciated, and the effort put in by all the members also gets appreciated there. This program today has been, there is a support that has come from our sponsors, from Solidaridad, Switch Asia, CFLI, FDDI, ECGC. So I thank everybody for that and, for making this event possible. Thank you very much, sir. I think the important thing here is that we have to ensure that the targets that we have talked about the whole day today, those are met. And for doing that, I think some out-of-the-box thinking needs to happen, which we have tried to do today. And new ideas need to come out, the new thoughts need to come out, and we need to make our relevance to the world even more important so that our exports can grow. And I think we are headed in that direction. And I look forward to a very, very positive growth in the years to come. I thank everybody for being here again, and look forward to the award ceremony as we go along. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman Sir, for your address and for letting us know what thoughts are crossing your mind at this moment. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we move on, and to our chief guest, we would now be requesting for sharing his thoughts with us. Let's welcome Shri Sunil Sethi, Chairman, Fashion Design Council of India, for sharing his thoughts. Ladies and gentlemen, तालियों के साथ अभिनंदन.
Good evening. Likha Saab, Mr. Motilal Sethi, Sinha Saab, Mr. Selvam, Mr. Kapoor, my friend Vijay Mehta, Delphi and Mr. Das. Thank you very much. I'm honored to be on the same dais as them, but the truth is that I've always been on that side of the table. So for years together, I have been an exporter. I started in much, 4 decades ago probably. So I've always been on the other side. So it feels sometimes a little odd to be here to give awards when actually I've been waiting to receive an award all my life, and I have received few awards. The truth is that I have been in the industry for a long time, and I have interacted with many of the exporters, either here, I met a few of my friends here, Mr. Kataria, others over here also, but the truth is that I know how difficult it is to be an exporter and how easy it is to be part of the management time to give the awards. On my way here and earlier last week or 2 weeks ago, I had read that there has been a path which has been set for the exporters, for the leather industry. The road to 47, they said, and 47 billion. For me, that is a very humongous task, and that road is very difficult to reach. But since the government has set it for us, or since we ourselves are very familiar with that, and we want to achieve that, I'm sure you'll be able to get there. But if I'm on the other side of the fence, I know that it's...
Joining us here today, Shri Sunil Sethi ji. Ladies and gentlemen, as per the agenda, all of us can see that there is opening of Solidaridad LTIP now by our chief guest and the other guests of honor and dignitaries on the dais. So maybe know a little about it and then launch this. Under the ambit of European Union supported projects in Kolkata and Chennai, this portal is developed. Ladies and gentlemen, Leather Trade Intelligence Portal is a new age digital transformation model for the Indian leather industry that allows tanneries to self-assess and declare their environmental and social performance, thus enhancing their business prospect, viability and access to market. This portal not only helps tanneries to evaluate themselves, but also guides to improve their performance, leading towards reduction of environmental footprints. This tool can support industries in strengthening their competitiveness at national and international markets. The portal, as we know, was launched by our chairman, Shri Sanjay Likha, on 7th of July 2022 in Kolkata. By scanning the QR code, which will get unveiled now, the customers will get information about the sustainable practices adopted by the supplier in making the project. So I think ये बहुत ही amazing और बहुत interesting है. May I please request our chief guest, our guests of honor and other dignitaries on the dais to kindly please unveil this, and we have this QR code. I would like to once again apprise that by scanning the QR code, the customers will get information about the sustainable practices adopted by the supplier in making that product. So this is something unique. This is something very interesting. And all of us need to applaud for this wonderful effort. And this has been in partnership with Switch Asia. So we would like to thank all the people who are behind this development. This is a very interesting thing. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together. This is absolutely wonderful, very, very interesting. Leather Trade Intelligence Portal. Absolutely wonderful. Please, once again, let's applaud all the good work that is being done. And I think this is going to be of help to so many of us. May I please request the dignitaries on the dais now to kindly unveil the Export Award booklet very quickly. So we have another unveiling, and we're going to continue this segment by the next unveiling, which is going to be of the Export Award booklet. This booklet has the list of all awardees, and I think this is going to be of motivation for all of us. A moment wherein we can see the list and have the names of all the people, their companies, their contacts, who've done wonders and who are inspiring others as well at the same time. So time for unveiling, और एक बार फिर से मैं चाहूंगी सबकी ओर से तालियों का साथ हो जाए, जोरदार तालियां. This is the Export Award booklet, and this has been unveiled by our wonderful panel on the dais. Thank you very much. So a few more seconds because we've been deciding on something important. Ladies and gentlemen, very soon we'll be presenting to you the Outstanding Achievement Awards and then the regional awards that we have. So ladies and gentlemen, may I please, before announcing anything else, invite Ms. Delphine, who's Senior Representative of European Union Office in India, to kindly please address us. Ladies and gentlemen, welcoming Ms. Delphine.
Distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen, I feel I'm standing between the event and your dinner or time with your family. So I'll try to be sharp and quick. But thank you very much for inviting me this evening. And I am French, but I work for the European Union, and I am based here in Delhi. I represent the Director General for International Partnership, and we basically collaborate with India and Bhutan on various issues. So one would wonder what the European Union is doing here today among all the industries and all you involved in the production of leather. I am not a leather specialist. But obviously there is an obvious trade angle to this, right? Europe is one of your largest market for leather product. And consumers worldwide, but including in Europe, they have a certain appetite for products that are produced with sound practices, with respect for people and the environment and the hosting communities. And therefore, there is a strong importance that the European Union is providing to fostering sustainable consumption and production approaches, not only in India, but in Asia in general. And this is our Switch Asia program, for which you have the logo behind me. But obviously, climate change and environmental degradation are an existential threats to the world. And this is not something that we can ignore. It's not something that we have the luxury to ignore anymore, and we need to do something about it. And the bad news is that things are getting worse, but the good news is that we can do something. Collectively, individually, we can work towards addressing these concerns before it gets completely out of hand. And from the European perspective, the way to do it is the Green Deal. We have a European Green Deal, which was launched in 2019, which is the strategy of the European Union to be more resource efficient and to be more competitive. And it is underpinned by a new paradigm that economic growth must be decoupled from resource use. And with the Green Deal, the EU will become a carbon neutral continent by 2050, and we will reduce our greenhouse gas emission by 57% by 2030. But if we want to achieve a green and sustainable and resilient future for us all, we also must work together. The entire international community must work together in the spirit of global solidarity. And I'm glad to say that climate and the green transition are now at the heart of India-EU relation and strategic partnership. We are committed, both EU and India are committed partners focusing on strategic topics such as renewable energy, sustainable urbanization, water management, disaster resilience, resource efficiency, all in line with the Sustainable Development Agenda. And we have a shared vision for sustainable management of resources, including water, but also to promote resource efficiency, as I said. We have several partnerships that underpin our political dialogue. We have a water partnership that discuss and tackle the challenges posed by water management in the context of growing population and consumption, competing water demands, water pollution, and climate change. More recently, in July 2020, the EU and India adopted a declaration on resource efficiency and circular economy. And the objective of this partnership is to support and strengthen our dialogue and cooperation on these issues by bringing together representatives of relevant stakeholders group from both sides, including government, but also businesses, academia, and research institutes. So this partnership, this discussion that take place at political level, they are also underpinned by projects that we are supporting here in the region. And as I was mentioning a little bit earlier, the Switch Asia program is specifically designed to foster the adoption of sustainable consumption and production practices in Asia. Since 2009, we have supported approximately 20 projects and bringing technical collaboration between Indian and European partners in various sectors and industry. The support has ranged from eco-innovation and entrepreneurship, building consumer education and awareness raising also. The work we do with Solidaridad since 2020, I think, is an important one because we are supporting demonstration project around improvement of production practices in 2 different regions, in West Bengal, in the Bantala complex, and in Tamil Nadu as well. And basically what this project is doing is facilitating the exchange of expertise and technology for the sustainable development of the leather industry as a whole. So before concluding, I'd like to express my heartfelt thanks and congratulations also to our project partners, Solidaridad also as a chef de file for this initiative. But of course, Solidaridad is not working together. We have European partners in Italy, PCA, and other European partners, Stahl, Dugro, of course the Calcutta Leather Complex Tanner Association, but CLE as well, and the Indian Finished Leather Manufacturer and Exporter Association. I hope I'm not forgetting anyone, because I know that there are a lot of stakeholders involved in this initiative. I had the pleasure to visit the project almost a year ago, more than a year ago actually, in West Bengal, and I was very impressed by the level of engagement and commitment of the Leather Manufacturer Association. And I truly hope that the information portal that was launched, the QR code, will be one step further for the leather industry sustainable journey. So with these notes, I thank you very much for your attention, and I wish you all the best in your future endeavors. And I hope to come back and speak with you again to see how well you're performing on this journey. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Delphine. It was wonderful to hear from you, and we really hope that this partnership, this goes a long way, and all of us really benefit from it. Ladies and gentlemen, after that address, it's time to move on to something really important, and this is the presentation of Outstanding Achievement Awards. Before I actually announce the awards, may I please request our chief guest and our guests of honor and the other dignitaries to kindly come towards the front of the dais to kindly present the awards, please. तो अवार्ड्स को प्रेजेंट करने के लिए कृपया आप स्टेज के आगे अग्रभाग में आ जाएं ताकि हम इनको शुरू कर सकें. Ladies and gentlemen, the first set of awards which we are presenting are the Outstanding Achievement Awards. So the first name which is there on this list is Shri Puran Chand Davar ji, और इनके लिए एक बार जोरदार तालियां. Highly talented individual who's made significant contributions to footwear sector of Agra. We would request a standing ovation from everyone, because these are the people who have contributed more than 50 years to the industry. Standing ovation from everyone. सभी लोग प्लीज इन्हें खड़े होकर सम्मानित करें, अपना प्यार, अपना आशीर्वाद दें. 50 साल से ज़्यादा का contribution. Award for Outstanding Achievement Award from Northern Region of CLA. It is given to entrepreneurs of leather and footwear export sector who have demonstrated exceptional talent, dedication and commitment to their work. He's been a trailblazer in footwear exports from Agra field, making groundbreaking contribution and achieving remarkable results. Many, many congratulations for this Outstanding Achievement Award. Thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, the second name for Outstanding Achievement Award is for Shri Subhash Jagga, President BCCI. But जोरदार तालियां इनके लिए, and once again a standing ovation. 50 साल से ज़्यादा समय जिन्होंने इस इंडस्ट्री को दे दिया है. I would like to request everyone to kindly rise and give respect, appreciation, love on behalf of Council for Leather Exports. Shri Subhash Jagga is receiving the Outstanding Achievement Award. 50 साल से ज़्यादा का समय, अपना effort, अपना जो talent लगाया है इन्होंने to help the industry grow at the same time. Of course, हम खुद भी grow करते हैं. बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं. Many, many congratulations on this wonderful achievement of yours, Shri Subhash Jagga ji. Sir wants to say something. Very warm welcome.
सबसे पहले तो मैं लेदर काउंसिल का तहे दिल से धन्यवाद करता हूं कि इतने बड़े सम्मान से मुझे नवाजा है. और जो लेदर काउंसिल जो काम हमारी इंडस्ट्री के लिए कर रही है, तहे दिल से मैं फुटवेयर इंडस्ट्री की तरफ से इनका धन्यवाद करता हूं कि कोविड के बाद इतनी समस्या आई, इतना कुछ हुआ, तो हमारे लिखा जी और मोतीलाल जी की और पूरी टीम इन्होंने हर समस्या के लिए किसी भी मंत्री के पास, ऑफिसर के पास अपने काम को छोड़ के इस काम के लिए लगे रहें। तहे दिल से मैं इनका साधुवाद करता हूं। और जैसा कि अभी बात हो रही थी कि इंडस्ट्री को कैसे बढ़ाया जाए, कैसे ग्रोथ की जाए, कैसे प्रोडक्शन बढ़ाई जाए, तो लिखा जी की टीम को मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि प्रोडक्शन तो अब इंडिया में बहुत हो गई है, इसको कैसे खपाया जाए, इसकी सेल कैसे की जाए, इसकी तरफ ज़्यादा गौर करने की चीज़ है। क्योंकि अब हिंदुस्तान में क्वालिटी बहुत बढ़िया बनने लग गई है, क्योंकि पहले हम चाइना के ऊपर डिपेंड होते थे। आज चाइना अगर सक्सेस है तो एक्सपोर्ट की वजह से सक्सेस। आज आप लेदर तो एक्सपोर्ट कर रहे हो, लेकिन फुटवेयर जो नॉन लेदर है उसकी तरफ भी आप ध्यान दें। और नॉन लेदर में बहुत बढ़िया क्वालिटी बन रही है, ख़ास तौर से एक्सपोर्ट बन रहा है। तो उसमें या तो आप नॉन लेदर को मार्गदर्शन दें और या आप अपनी टीम को इस सपोर्ट शू के साथ जोड़ें, ताकि हमारा हिंदुस्तान जो आपके ख्वाब हैं आगे पहुंचने के वो पूरे हो सकें और हमारा देश आगे बढ़ सके। और जो BIS की जो तलवार, क्योंकि जब से कोविड के बाद इस सरकार ने भी हमारी इंडस्ट्री को, हमारे व्यापारियों को बहुत इंजेक्शन लगाए हैं, और मैं इन टीम का धन्यवाद करता हूं कि इन्होंने उस इंजेक्शन को भी बदलने की कोशिश। अब जैसे BIS की तलवार लटकी हुई है और ये पूरे दिल से उसको ठीक कराने में लगे हुए हैं। मैं परमात्मा से भी दुआ करता हूं कि सरकार भी इस चीज़ को समझे और किस तरीके से सिस्टम में डाला जाता है। और हमारे MD सिन्हा साहब भी इसमें तहे दिल से लगे हुए हैं। मैं पुनः सबका तहे दिल से धन्यवाद करता हूं। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं, आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई इस अचीवमेंट के लिए। सो दिस वाज द आउटस्टैंडिंग अचीवमेंट अवार्ड बीइंग प्रेजेंटेड टू फर्स्टली श्री पूरन डावर जी और उसके बाद श्री सुभाष जग्गा जी। लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, वी आर नाउ मूविंग ऑन वेरी क्विकली टू डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन ऑफ रीजनल अवार्ड्स एंड may I once again request the honorable panel to kindly please present these awards. Ladies and gentlemen, let's begin. और जो पहली कैटेगरी है वो है ओवरऑल एक्सपोर्ट्स ऑफ लेदर प्रोडक्ट्स एंड फुटवेयर फॉर द ईयर 2021-22. So ladies and gentlemen, जिन्होंने फर्स्ट रैंक पाया है, फर्स्ट पोजीशन पाई है, वो है मिर्जा इंटरनेशनल लिमिटेड। जोरदार तालियां इनके लिए। ओवरऑल एक्सपोर्ट्स ऑफ लेदर प्रोडक्ट्स एंड फुटवेयर फॉर 2021-22, मिर्जा इंटरनेशनल लिमिटेड। प्लीज जल्दी से आएं और ये जो आपका फर्स्ट पोजीशन है इसका प्लीज अवार्ड लें। सेकेंड प्राइज भी साथ साथ मैं अनाउंस करूं सो दैट यू आर रेडी। भारतीय इंटरनेशनल लिमिटेड, please put your hands together for Mirza International. भारतीय इंटरनेशनल लिमिटेड द सेकंड पोजीशन। एक बार फिर से बहुत जोरदार तालियां इनके लिए। ओवरऑल एक्सपोर्ट्स ऑफ लेदर प्रोडक्ट्स एंड फुटवेयर फ्रॉम 2021-22। थर्ड पोजीशन जाती है टैंजरीन डिजाइन प्राइवेट लिमिटेड। Many congratulations to Tangerine Design Private Limited. Mr. Angad Dhawan is receiving this award. Many congratulations. Please put your hands together once again. Moving on to the next category, which is the exports above rupees 300 crores. Let's start with leather footwear. The winners once again are Mirza International Limited. Mr. Anil Dogra will be coming और बहुत शुभकामनाएं देते हैं मिर्जा इंटरनेशनल लिमिटेड को। Exports above rupees 300 crores, beginning with the leather footwear. Mirza International are the winners. बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं. Exports above rupees 200 crores and up to rupees 300 crores in leather footwear. The winners are Gupta HC Overseas Private Limited. इनके लिए जोरदार तालियां. The first position, Mr. Gopal Gupta will receive the award. Exports above rupees 200 crores and up to rupees 300 crores for leather footwear. The winners are Gupta HC Overseas. सेकेंड पोजीशन के लिए रॉजर ग्रुप के लिए भी जोरदार तालियां. लेदर फुटवेयर में द सेकेंड पोजीशन गोज टू रॉजर ग्रुप. Congratulations to Roger Group also. अब बारी आती है लेदर गारमेंट्स की, और लेदर गारमेंट्स में भारतीय इंटरनेशनल लिमिटेड. Many congratulations. Exports above rupees 200 crores and up to 300 crores leather garments. The winners are Bhartiya International Limited. इनके लिए भी बहुत जोरदार तालियां. Wonderful. Many congratulations to Bhartiya International. जोरदार तालियां सभी की ओर से. Let's celebrate this, ladies and gentlemen. पहले लेदर फुटवेयर, फिर लेदर गारमेंट्स, अब बारी आती है लेदर गुड्स की. लेदर गुड्स में प्रथम जिनकी पोजीशन है, फर्स्ट पोजीशन, टैंजराइन डिजाइन प्राइवेट लिमिटेड. Once again, congratulations, and once again, I think Mr. Angad will be receiving this award. बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं. Many congratulations, everybody. Let's have a bigger applause, everyone. Let's celebrate the success stories of all these wonderful people. And after Tangerine, we have JAK Group, JAK Group Private Limited. May I please request Mr. P.S. Datta to please receive this award. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to JAK Group Private Limited. Many congratulations. Moving on to the next segment. Exports above rupees 100 crores and up to rupees 200 crores in leather footwear. The winners are Liner Shoes Private Limited. Mr. Gautam Mehra, I think, will be receiving this award. Ladies and gentlemen, Liner Shoes के लिए जोरदार तालियां. This is absolutely wonderful. Congratulations. बहुत बधाई, बहुत शुभकामनाएं. जोरदार तालियां लाइनर शूज के लिए. और सेकंड पोजीशन है लांबा फुटवेयर की. लांबा फुटवेयर सेकंड पोजीशन इन द लेदर फुटवेयर. Mr. Saurabh Lamba, I think, is joining us for receiving this award. Lamba Footwear, second position. Amongst leather goods, the first position is for Alpine Apparels Group. Alpine Apparels. Many congratulations to Alpine Apparels. Many congratulations to you. बहुत शुभकामनाएं. And the second position is of Lafcan International Private Limited. They've not been able to join us for some reason. Lafcan International have not been able to join us for some reason. We'll move on. Congratulations to Alpine, and moving on to non-leather footwear. Ladies and gentlemen, the first position is Relaxo Footwear Limited. Relaxo के लिए जोरदार तालियां. Non-leather footwear. जोरदार तालियां इनके लिए. The first position, Relaxo Footwear Limited. Many congratulations. Now exports above rupees 50 crores and up to rupees 100 crores. In leather footwear, the first position goes to RN Bajaj Group. RN Bajaj Group को बहुत बहुत बधाई. Many congratulations. Exports above rupees 50 crores and up to 100 crores. And the second position goes to Amar Shoe and Leatherwares. Quickly please, Amar Shoe and Leatherwares, जल्दी से please मंच पे आएं. बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं, बहुत बहुत बधाई और एक बार जोरदार तालियों का साथ सभी की ओर से. Ladies and gentlemen, let's celebrate these success stories. In leather garments, the winners are Apollo International Limited. In leather garments, Apollo International Limited. Many congratulations. Exports above 50 crores up to 100 crores. In leather garments, winners are Apollo International Limited. Many congratulations, Apollo International Limited. And the second position goes to Savi Leathers. बहुत बहुत बधाई, Savi Leathers. Many congratulations. What a wonderful moment it is. We are celebrating the success stories and all smiles. Some happy faces walking up to the stage and accepting these honors for all the good work that has gone in, for all the success that has been achieved. Many congratulations. Let's move on to saddlery and harness, which is non-leather. The winners are Marine Industries Private Limited. The first position. Marine Industries को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं. बहुत बहुत बधाई, बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं. Leather footwear, leather garments, saddlery harness. अब बारी आती है leather goods की. I once again invite Bhartiya International on the stage for their first position amongst leather goods. Ladies and gentlemen, Bhartiya के लिए एक बार फिर से जोरदार तालियां होनी चाहिए. This is wonderful. So your name has flashed on the list a lot many times. I think a lot of success has been achieved and you're inspiring others to follow in those footsteps. Many congratulations. Leather goods के बाद finished leather. Ladies and gentlemen, the first position has been bagged by Mirza International Limited. बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं मिर्जा इंटरनेशनल लिमिटेड for the first position in finished leather. We move on now to non-leather footwear. Non-leather footwear में first position Next Gen Footwears Private Limited. Next Gen Footwears Private Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, okay, so they've not been able to join us here. Moving on to the next category, exports above rupees 25 crores and up to rupees 50 crores. In leather footwear, the first position is Sagari Leathers Private Limited. जोरदार तालियां इनके लिए सागरी लेदर्स प्राइवेट लिमिटेड. बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं, बहुत बहुत बधाई. many congratulations for the first position. और इसी कैटेगरी में सेकंड पोजीशन जाती है अपोलो इंटरनेशनल लिमिटेड को. बहुत बहुत बधाई. वंस अगेन जोरदार तालियां सभी की ओर से. Ladies and gentlemen, let's join in for congratulating our winners tonight. Northern Regional Export Awards congratulates once again each of the recipients. Moving on to the leather garments now. Leather garments में first position Bharat Enterprises. जोरदार तालियां इनके लिए. They've not been able to join us. Moving on to leather goods. Raghu Exports India Private Limited, the first position. Leather goods में Raghu Exports. The second position goes to BPS Overseas Private Limited. Raghu Exports Private Limited. और इनके बाद बीपीएस ओवरसीज. बहुत बहुत बधाई, बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं. लेदर गुड्स की बात हो रही है एंड दिस कैटेगरी इज एक्सपोर्ट्स अबव रुपीज 25 करोड़ एंड अप टू रुपीज 50 करोड़. many congratulations. BPS overseas. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we move on and it's time for moving on to non-leather footwear. Welcome Footwears are the winners. Welcome Footwears. Quickly please, if you're here, join us on the dais. जोरदार तालियां इनके लिए भी. Welcome Footwears non-leather footwear में first position yes, you were sitting in the end, so so very that was a wonderful observation by the chief guest. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the next category, exports up to rupees 25 crores. The winners are CNE Limited. Zordar taliyan inke liye. CNE Limited. So anyone from CNE present here? Moving on, second position, Jalandhar Leather India Private Limited. Many congratulations. बहुत बहुत बधाई, बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं. लेदर फुटवेयर की अगर बात करें, ये कैटेगरी है एक्सपोर्ट्स अप टू रुपीज 25 करोड़. फिनिश लेदर के बाद लेदर फुटवेयर में जो पहली पोजीशन है लिबर्टी शूज लिमिटेड. जोरदार तालियां इनके लिए. लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, लिबर्टी शूज के लिए जोरदार तालियां. Many congratulations to Liberty Shoes. Please put your hands together everyone as we congratulate Liberty Shoes. Second position भी announce कर देते हैं साथ साथ. Trans World Shoes Private Limited. Trans World Shoes Private Limited. Many congratulations to you as well. लेदर फुटवेयर के बाद लेदर गारमेंट्स की बात है. So ladies and gentlemen, these are the awards. Northern Regional Export Awards for 2021-22. बहुत जोरदार तालियां एक बार फिर से सभी की ओर से। Leather garments में the first position, Meet Private Limited. जोरदार तालियां इनके लिए। Many congratulations. बहुत बहुत बधाई। लेदर गारमेंट्स के बाद लेदर गुड्स। लेदर गुड्स में फर्स्ट पोजीशन PNR Crafts Private Limited. Mr. Naveen Jindal, I think, is receiving the award. So PNR Crafts Private Limited, congratulations for the first position in leather goods. Ladies and gentlemen, तालियां कहाँ है भाई? थोड़ी तालियां भी हो जाएं। Let the award winners feel happy. और एक ज़्यादा खुशी होती है जब applause ज़्यादा होता है। Everybody, let's applaud. Have a bigger applause, everyone. Second position, Banox Exim Private Limited. Many congratulations to the second position winners also, Banox Exim Private Limited. So anyone from Banox? Moving on to non-leather footwear. First position, Purti International. Purti International को बधाई। Second position, SG Exports. जोरदार तालियां SG Exports के लिए। बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं। Footwear components, shoe upper only. So well, this category is footwear components, shoe upper only. The first position, Sagari Leathers Private Limited. Many congratulations to Sagari Leathers. Many congratulations. So once again, we are inviting you on the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulating each of our winners tonight. Let's have an applause, everyone. Second position goes to Focus Energy Limited. Focus Energy Limited. We move on to harness and saddlery leather. The first position goes to Rastini Works. Rastini Works. Second position, NMCEE International. NMCEE? Nobody? Okay. Move on to harness and saddlery non-leather. Ladies and gentlemen, the first position goes to PK Overseas. जोरदार तालियां PK Overseas के लिए। The second position goes to Ved Crafts. जोरदार तालियां एक बार वेद क्राफ्ट्स के लिए भी बहुत जोरदार तालियां, बहुत बहुत बधाई, बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं। Ladies and gentlemen, we are celebrating these awards and we are absolutely delighted as we present each of these awards to the deserving people, deserving companies, deserving organizations tonight, which are inspiring all of us. The next category is industrial leather gloves. So industrial leather gloves, the first position goes to Safetix Protective Equipments Private Limited. Safetix के लिए भी जोरदार तालियां। Many congratulations to Safetix. Ladies and gentlemen, we move on and the next category is footwear components other than shoe upper, other components. The winners are Willem Textiles India Private Limited, the first position. Willem Textiles India Private Limited. So we have the MD, Mr. Eric Oliver, receiving this award. Congratulations to you, Willem Textiles India Private Limited. And second position goes to Versatile Enterprises Private Limited. Versatile, बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं आपको भी. Versatile Enterprises Private Limited, the second position for footwear components other than shoe upper. Ladies and gentlemen, जोरदार तालियां इनके लिए. The next category is footwear components other than shoe uppers, soles. The winners are Sant Rubbers Limited. Mr. Gurbachan Singh Benz, the MD of Sant Rubbers Limited, will receive this award. Footwear components, soles. बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं, बहुत बहुत बधाई. The second position goes to DSM Sole Products Private Limited. DSM Sole Products Private Limited. जोरदार तालियां एक बार हमारे अवार्ड विनर्स के लिए. बहुत बहुत बधाई. कंग्रेचुलेशंस टू यू. एक बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग सेगमेंट है वुमेन एंटरप्रेन्योर अवार्ड 2021-22. दिस इज फॉर लेदर फुटवेयर. लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, द विनर इज मिसेस दलबीर कौर फ्रॉम रॉजर इंडस्ट्रीज लिमिटेड. जोरदार तालियां इनके लिए. मिसेस दलबीर कौर, वुमेन एंटरप्रेन्योर अवार्ड. Mr. Kulbir Singh will be receiving the award. The award is being received by Mr. Kulbir Singh. Congratulations. ये लेदर फुटवेयर के लिए था. अब वुमेन एंटरप्रेन्योर अवार्ड फॉर लेदर गारमेंट्स. तो फुटवेयर के बाद गारमेंट्स में Women Entrepreneur Award goes to Mrs. Jyotsna Sharma from BN Enterprises, the first position. BN Enterprises. She's not been able to join us. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on. Brand Creation Award for 2021-22. The Brand Creation Award, first position goes to Versatile Enterprises Private Limited. So many congratulations to Versatile Enterprises. Mrs. Aditi Bhattacharya has received the award. Ladies and gentlemen, group companies. Amongst group companies, the first position has been bagged by RN Bajaj Group. RN Bajaj Group के लिए बहुत जोरदार तालियां. Congratulations to RN Bajaj Group. A big round of applause. और इसके बाद फाइनल अवार्ड हमारा. Ladies and gentlemen, once again we congratulate RN Bajaj Group. Mr. Danish Bajaj is receiving the award. And the second name is, once again, I would invite Roger Group. बहुत बहुत बधाई, Mr. Kulbir Singh, Mr. Varun Budhiraja, or anybody else who would like to receive this award on behalf of Roger Group. सभी के लिए एक बार जोरदार तालियां. हमारे सभी विजेताओं के लिए बहुत जोरदार तालियां. Everybody, please put your hands together for all the award winners tonight. Let's celebrate these success stories. And now it's time for the distribution of citations to So we'll now be distributing citations, our tokens. एक बार जोरदार तालियां हमारे चीफ गेस्ट महोदय के लिए जो हमारे बीच आए और इतना समय हमें दिया. सुनील सेठी जी के लिए जोरदार तालियां, चेयरमैन फैशन डिजाइन काउंसिल ऑफ इंडिया. Although he had to leave at 7, but he stayed back with us, and thank you, sir, for giving us that extra time of yours. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So we'll continue with the function, but since sir had to leave urgently, thank you, sir, for all your support that you gave us today. So ladies and gentlemen, now we'll be presenting citations to our sponsors, or we may call them our partners, and this will be done by our esteemed panel on the dais. We would be beginning by presenting these tokens of respect for our partners. So let's begin with Solidaridad. They're partners with CLE, and they'll be receiving the citation for all the good work that they have done in the field of sustainability. Please put your hands together for Solidaridad. Our partners, and for all the good work in sustainability. Zordar taliyan, Solidaridad. Switch Asia. Switch Asia, once again our partners with CLE, and for the good work in sustainability, we would like to present this token of respect and acknowledgement for Switch Asia. Zordar तालियां इनके लिए. FDDI, Footwear Design and Development Institute. FDDI. जोरदार तालियां FDDI के लिए. ECGC. ECGC, our partners. ये सभी पार्टनर्स बहुत महत्वपूर्ण हैं, बहुत वैल्यूएबल सपोर्ट इन्होंने दिया है हमें इस पूरे प्रोग्राम के लिए, और अदरवाइज भी जो इनका पार्टिसिपेशन है, जो इनका योगदान है, वो अमूल्य है. मुझे कहना चाहिए बहुत बहुत वैल्यूएबल है. थैंक यू वेरी मच ECGC. We thank our sponsors, our partners, Gupta HC Overseas Agra. Gupta HC Overseas Agra, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद for all the partnership, for all the good work. Ladies and gentlemen, एक बार जोरदार तालियां Gupta HC Overseas के लिए. And in the end, CFLI. Last but not the least, CFLI. हमारे सभी पार्टनर्स के लिए जोरदार तालियां. For all our partners, I think they really deserve a very big round of applause. So thank you very much for all that support. Thank you. Requesting all our dignitaries to kindly take your seats back. Ladies and gentlemen, these were the awards. This was a very, very special segment for which all of us had been very eagerly waiting for. So we congratulate each of the winners tonight. सभी विजेताओं को बहुत बहुत बधाई है, ये कहते हुए कि हर चेहरे पर नूर चढ़ा, because सभी के चेहरों पर मुस्कुराहटें हैं. हर चेहरे पर नूर चढ़ा, हर दिल में खुशी समाई है. आज सभी विजेताओं को उनकी सक्सेस के लिए बहुत बहुत badhai hai. So many congratulations to the awardees, and I think all of us will learn from each other and grow along with each other. So with this positive thought, it's time to move on, and may I please request this special address now, and this will be presented by Shri R.K. Jalan, Vice Chairman, CLE. No? Okay, so we'll first have Shri Subir Kumar Das, GM ECGC, addressing us. Zordar taaliyan inke liye, everybody. Shri Subir Kumar Das.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you once again, Mr. Shetty, Mr. Likhi, and all organizers, particularly distinguished sponsors and dignitaries in the dais. Once again, my hearty congratulations to their human service and the wonderful endeavor to all exporters who have won the award, and those who are here, not won literally, but aspiring that they will win someday, but continue to do the great job what you have been doing for so many years. As regards ECGC is concerned, we have been there for more than 6 decades to support and promote the exports. You know what we do, most of you probably knowing, and some of you must be availing our services. Leather exports being one of the key areas where we make a lot of endeavor to support and promote exports, because it's a labor-intensive exports. And one important factor about these leather exports, as we know, as our research wing that has been found out after rigorous research, that out of the total labor industry in the leather, 40% is participated by the women labor. So industry requires special kind of support from all the concerned agencies, including ECGC. As regards ECGC services are concerned, you know very well that we give protection to the Indian exporters who are making exports on credit term for both political risk as well as commercial risk. Now, this has been so far a good year. I'm talking about the last financial year as far as the global trade is concerned, but it is not going to be so as per the experts are keeping their fingers crossed. So the risk horizon might deteriorate on account of, one hand, supply chain deterioration, supply chain disruption, that will give rise to the commercial risk in terms of insolvency rates getting higher and non-payment by the overseas buyer. That is precisely why ECGC is there. And second thing is the geopolitical risk, which will give rise to the higher level of political risk. So on both counts, we need not tell you that these are the gravest concern for the exporters. See, you have been doing, I have been hearing, you have been doing wonderful work as far as the product development, as far as the innovations, as far as the designing is concerned. But as somebody said rightly, we have to expand the sales. That's why you have a very ambitious target. And ECGC like organizations in the form of trade credit insurance and the banks who are giving the trade credit finance can give right kind of stimulus to the to promote these exports, and the sales can go leaps and bounds and make yourself, this industry as a whole, make yourself proud to achieve this target of very high target, ambitious target. I am very jolly well it is possible given the resources at our disposal. The industry as a whole, country as a whole can achieve that. ECGC with the array of products can give trade credit insurance as well as trade financing in the form of factoring that we have recently relaunched for the exporters, which can take care of the financing need in this realm of trade finance as well as trade credit disruption. So I would request all of you, please give us the chance to extend our service to you so that it can be helpful to increase your business at one hand, also to sustain the relationship with your customers, which are very important for increasing your business in days to come. Thank you very much. We'll be always there. Our presence is all India. And so please feel to reach us at any point of time. We'll be at your disposal. Thank you once again for having invited us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for that very, very positive address. Thank you very much for all the support that you've promised to give. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, may I please invite our guest of honor, Dr. Vijay Mehta, Honorary Consul General of Republic of Romania and Member National Executive of BJP Foreign Affairs, to kindly please present his thoughts. Zordar taaliyon ke saath swagat.
Thank you very much. Dear friends, I'm very grateful to my friend Mr. Motilal Sethi and Mr. Likha also for giving me the honor to be present here to such an august gathering. To some extent, I can be considered an outsider to the leather trade, but being a part of the European Union country whom I represent in India, I am on the other side where I could be, or my country could be one of the buyers from all of you. I think India is doing very well, but what I find in many times is that we have to work on our designs more efficiently. I am a part of Banswara Group, who have been getting export award continuously for the last about 10 years in the field of textiles. And their complete jump came. They export about 700 crores worth of textiles every year. Their big moment came when they bought a design agency in Paris. And with that, all the designs which are very prevalent in the European markets, they were all handed over to them, and that changed the outlook for the company for all times to come. And I think there is another problem which we feel is that, which I think should be there, is about the cheaper finance. And I think I'm sure that your association is definitely continuously persuading the government to be on extending cheaper credit so that you could be more competitive in the international markets. This target which has been set by Mr. Modi, and as my other speakers have also said, is a very ambitious target. I'm not sure whether it is achievable, but I definitely wish you, because India is one of the countries where still tanneries are in abundance, the raw material is available, and once we work on the international parameters, I am sure that we'll be able to achieve this target. I am extending my heartiest congratulations to all those who have won so many awards today, and I'm sure that in the years to come, we'll have many more people joining the queue. Thank you very much once again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for addressing us today. Thank you for joining us here. Ladies and gentlemen, we would now be inviting very quickly Shri Arun Kumar Sinha ji, MD FDDI, to kindly please address. So, ladies and gentlemen, before the presentation of the vote of thanks, we would like to acknowledge the presence of our एयर चीफ मार्शल आर.के.एस. भदौरिया जी, जो हमारे बीच मौजूद हैं. एक बार इनके लिए ज़ोरदार तालियां होनी चाहिए. सर, आप दिखा दें अपना मुखड़ा सबको, आप सामने बैठे हैं, तो बहुत बहुत हम स्वागत करते हैं आपका. वी आर एब्सोल्युटली डिलाइटेड एट योर प्रेजेंस हियर विद अस. थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर योर प्रेजेंस. Ladies and gentlemen, अब जल्दी से vote of thanks की बारी आती है, और उसके बाद of course the networking that all of us have been very eagerly waiting for will follow after that. May I please invite Shri Subhash Kapoor, President CFLI and Leather Garments Panel Convener CLE, to kindly please propose the formal vote of thanks.
Very good evening to all of you. It is on behalf of CLE, I thank you, all of you. You have come here for this program of Lafcan, and all the panelists who have given a lot of information to everybody who is present here. All the awardees who got awards, and I wish them again, they will come up with the next year also with the same spirit of having awards in the future also. I also thank you, all our sponsors who have been very kind to sponsor us for this Lafcan. And I congratulate Mr. Motilal, whose brainchild is this conclave, and which is totally supported by our chairman, Shri Sanjay Likha, and our ED, and the team which worked for this from Delhi office, headed by Mr. Atul Mishra, has done marvelous job. I also thank the event management company, Mr. Vaibhav Shibar, who has done very well job this time. We are very happy. I think once again I congratulate all the award winners, and now I think you had 3 sessions today and everybody is feeling hungry. We should come forward to have some drinks and dinner. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. With this, we've come to the close of the formal part of our function on the stage, and now the informal proceedings, wherein we'll be networking with each other, talking about business, talking about other things, networking over food and drinks, I think. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. It's time that we informally indulge into discussions which will be beneficial for all of us together, and all of us, I think, should and will grow together. So Lafcan 2023 का जो फॉर्मल प्रोग्राम है, प्रोसीडिंग्स हैं, वो यहीं पर संपन्न होती हैं, कंक्लूड होती हैं, और अब बारी आती है अनवाइंड करने की, थोड़ा सा रिलैक्स होने की, एंड गेटिंग इनटू दैट इनफॉर्मल मोड ऑफ डिस्कशंस एंड पार्टिसिपेशन एंड एंजॉयमेंट. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us here. We're absolutely elated, delighted, happy at the presence of each one of you here. Thank you.